Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The August 15, 2007 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The City Council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. We always make this announcement just as a matter of precaution. We pride ourselves in a state-of-the-art detection and suppression sprinkler system in this council chamber, so if alarms should activate, please leave through the exits, and once outside, go to the Las Vegas Boulevard side of the property, and you'll see employees there wearing safety vests, or our city marshals who will tell you when it's safe to re-enter the building. This is made as a matter of course. We have no reason to believe that we'll ever have to experience that kind of evacuation. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Chaplain Steve Sanson from the Veterans and Politics International. Unfortunately, Reverend Mary Bredlaw cannot be with us this morning as scheduled, and after the invocation, please remain standing for the pledge. Thank you.
Heavenly Father, thank you for your presence during the hard and mean days, for then we have to lean upon you. Thank you for your presence during the bright and sunny days, for then we can share that which we have with those who have less. Thank you for your presence during the holy days, for then we are able to celebrate you, our families, and our friends. For those who have no voice, we ask you to speak. For those who feel unworthy, we ask you to pour your love out in the waterfalls of tenderness. For those who live in pain, we ask you to bathe them in the river of your healing. For those who are lonely, we ask you to keep them company. For those who are depressed, we ask you to shower upon them the light of hope. Dear Creator, you, the borderless sea of substance, we ask you to give to all the world that which we need most is peace. Bless our military. Keep them in your prayers. Keep them safe. O Heavenly Father, we ask you to give this city council your wisdom and powers of healing to make this city great. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, this is going to be a very unusual ceremonial agenda this morning. We're going to be honoring people left and right, some more deserving than others. Just kidding. Can't wait for one of these to come up. This is great. This is our first item. We'll recognize the July and August, both months, employees of the month. First, I'd like to ask the Director of Public Works, Charlie Kukowski, to join us to help recognize the July Employee of the Month. I'm pleased to announce that the July 2007 Employee of the Month is Connie Dizo. Connie, where are you? Come on up. Congratulations. Because of a family emergency, Connie was unable to be recognized at a council meeting in July. She's a project engineer with the Engineering Planning Division of the Public Works Department. She served as the city's new trails engineer for a little more than a year, and in this role, Connie prepares nominations for new trails and park projects that may be eligible for funding under the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act. Many of the successes that the city has obtained through the federal program can be directly attributed to Connie's efforts. In a recent round of allocations, the city of Las Vegas received more than $5 million for parks and open spaces. Citizens of our city will benefit from Connie's hard work as more parks and trails will be constructed without the use of local taxpayer funds. Those who work with Connie benefit every day from her great enthusiasm, her originality, and her devotion that she brings to the workplace. On behalf of the entire City Council, Connie, I'd like to congratulate you on being named the July 2007 Employee of the Month, and along with this very nice plaque, which the Mayor Pro Tem will hand you, we have a gift certificate for dinner for two, compliments of Andre's Las Vegas Restaurant in downtown Las Vegas, and a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union. Congratulations. Charlie?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Connie, for bringing this recognition to yourself and our department. This position that she is in, as the Mayor mentioned, is a new position, and when I interviewed her for this position, I said we needed somebody to shepherd the program along, if you will, be an aunt or an uncle, for the program. And she has risen to the occasion to bring the program together, bring the right people together to encourage and foster communications and cooperation across the department lines. And as a result, as the Mayor has read, she has accomplished a lot and brought some important funding for our projects. Thank you very much.
As the Mayor had mentioned, I couldn't receive this last month because of a medical emergency. My mother died suddenly. So this is a very bittersweet award, but I do want to thank my mom for instilling in me the work ethic that I saw in her. She only had a sixth grade education because she came from a poor family and she had to help the family. And so no matter what the obstacles were, she worked hard, and I saw that, and that's what you see today. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, to recognize the August Employee of the Month, I'd like to ask Margot Wheeler, Director of the Planning and Development Department, to join us at the podium. Our August Employee of the Month is George Kajafis, and I said it right. Would you please join us? Now, nobody knows his real name, but because everybody in City calls him Yorgo. And he's been with the city since 1999, and he's currently the Urban Design Coordinator with the Planning and Development Department, and Yorgo has led and been involved with many key projects within the city. He created and continues to chair the Arts District Task Force, which has earned national recognition from the League of Cities. He also has been instrumental in the development of the department's strategic plan, which will help the department make sure it is performing in the most efficient way possible. Yorgo also serves as the project manager for the development and presentation of the first annual Mayor's Urban Design Awards. He coordinated and met with the awards committee to assist in creating the awards criteria and categories, and he coordinated with the Cultural Affairs Office for the creation of the trophies. In turn, the awards program helps to promote a sustainable urban community by recognizing those whose projects exemplify this environmentally friendly concept. Congratulations, Yorgo, on being named Employee of the Month. You will get this from the Mayor Pro Tem. You'll also have a gift certificate to Andres for two, and also the gift card with the bucks in it. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. On behalf of the Department of Planning and Development, Yorgo is one of the employees that every department would like to have, someone who can take on high-profile projects and lead them through all of the procedures that need to be done, working with the community and with the other departments. The high-profile projects the Mayor mentioned, the Mayor's Urban Design Award, the Arts District Task Force, and Yorgo is also helping us get our Signs on Sticks program going, where up and down Las Vegas Boulevard we will have the vintage, original neon signs refurbished and put up so that when you drive down Las Vegas Boulevard very soon, you'll see those signs brought back to life part of the mayor's renaissance of downtown that Yorgo is helping bring about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very humbled. All my work that I do it with a team effort with other departments as well as the department staff, and I'm just very humbled that I was awarded this award. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, now this is the one I love giving out those 2 awards, but this is the one that I take special pleasure with because it's for a very special person who is near and dear to the council on a daily basis. I'd like to ask our Deputy City Manager, Betsy Fretwell, to join us up here. Betsy? I want, Mr. Riggleman, is this live and in color? Yes, it is. Okay, I want everyone to look at Betsy's face. She blushes, or flushes. I'm not sure what it is whenever we recognize her. What is it, Betsy? Blush or flush?
Flush today.
Okay. Betsy's being named the Public Administrator of the Year by the local chapter of the American Society of Public Administrators. Betsy's been with the city since June 2000 and has served as a leader and mentor to many of us here at the city. As one of 3 deputy city managers, she oversees several city departments, including administrative services, detention and enforcement, fire and rescue, government and community affairs, and also the municipal court. She was chosen for this award because of her vision and involvement in many successful city programs, such as the U.S. Conference of Mayors Annual Conference, where she is invaluable, which took place in Las Vegas last summer, the Regional Public Safety Complex, the Las Vegas Centennial Celebration, where she was invaluable. Not that she's not invaluable on other things, too, but these are ones that I had to work with her on a daily basis, and she was absolutely amazing. The Tennis Channel Open, the city's wellness program, and most recently, Performance Plus, which is the city's new strategic planning program, which will help city departments develop priorities and ensure the citizens are getting the most efficient service that's possible. Betsy also recently received her credentialed manager designation from the International City Managers Association. This is another key honor which is only awarded to those demonstrating the highest skills in government operations. All this is evidence to her commitment to public service. She just returned from Harvard, where she went through their government program. I think you were going for about 6 weeks, weren't you?
3.
Oh, it seemed like 6. It seemed like 16, to be honest with you. Oh, you're the best. Here we go. On behalf of the entire City Council, we congratulate you for this honor. Congratulations, Betsy.
Well, I would like to thank the mayor and council. No one gets these awards on their own. It takes a team, and it takes vision. And what we do as a leadership team in the manager's office is take their ideas and their vision and try and make them happen in our community. And by doing this together, I think we've been immensely successful over the last almost decade. And I'm really proud to be a part of that team who's been able to share in some of these successes. And we're reaping the benefits of it. We have a very strong community, and we should all be proud of it and all celebrate it. Personally, as the recipient of this award, I'd like to thank the local ASTA chapter for recognizing me. There's nothing more flattering than to be picked by your peers. And I'm really thrilled with that acknowledgement and recognition, and I thank them for that. I'd also like to thank Doug and my compadres over there, Orlando and Steve. I think we make an excellent team. I'm looking over here at this fabulous assortment of directors and deputy directors. I wouldn't be here without you, so thank you very much for all your ideas, pushing me, and letting me push you sometimes. So thank you very much. And to all the city employees, because we couldn't do it without you. You're the ones that make it happen. You're where the rubber meets the road. So thank you very much, and I'm very proud to be the recipient of this. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for all your support.
Great, thank you. And in lieu of a gift certificate to Andres, I am going to buy you 3 martinis. All right. Now, for our final item, Councilwoman Tarkanian is going to recognize a very, very talented soccer player.
As the mayor said, there are sometimes special awards that you give, and as an educator, this is a very special thing for me because it's a very fine young man to be honored today by the city. His name is Carlos Martinez, and he is an outstanding athlete as well as an honor student at Bonanza High School. A very difficult thing to accomplish. I'd like to invite Carlos to come up, please, and his father, Manuel. Our agenda states that Carlos is being recognized for being named to the U.S. Under-15 men's national soccer team. But just recently, between the time we were planning to honor him and today, he also received an additional acclamation. He was invited to play for the United States national men's soccer team under-17. And that's a big thing. It is. As I understand it, Carlos is the first Latino ever in the history of Nevada to be selected to this U.S. men's soccer team under 17. Hundreds of soccer players go through a rigorous game and skill evaluation process for several days and weeks before the final team members are selected. These hundreds of youngsters come from throughout the United States, and I know the pressure that's on when you're going through this because I was with a relative of mine in California on the 4th of July. Her daughter was in one of these camps where they're selecting the United States representatives on these teams, and she could hardly breathe. Wanted to celebrate the 4th of July, couldn't even do that because of the tremendous pressure and competition in this. So for us to have Carlos selected is a very, very outstanding honor. He is a first-generation American citizen born of Mexican immigrants. And as I stated, he attends Bonanza High School, where he is an honor student as well as an outstanding athlete, which is quite an accomplishment on top of the time he needs to dedicate to practicing, traveling, and so forth for his sports. He has won in his short lifetime approximately 50 medals, 27 first place, 15 second, and 8 third place. He has also won 23 trophies in his sport and played for many teams here in the United States, as well as traveling outside of our country to places such as Argentina, Costa Rica, Europe to play for international teams. He has won several tournaments with teams such as the California State Cup, the Nike Invitational, the Dallas Cup, many more, too many to mention, and he plans to participate in the World Cup in the future. I would like to introduce Carlos and then his father that I think will introduce his coach.
First off, thank you for your time, and well, just I'm very I feel special for such an accomplishment. I give thanks to my coaches, Eddie Henderson, Fernando Alvarez, and more importantly, my dad, because he got me into inspiration of getting into soccer, because as a little kid, I used to see him play, and he motivated me to play, and his determination to push me and to reach my goals. He said, "There's no limit to what you can do, so just keep working hard, and everything should go into place."
Sorry, I'm a little bit emotional. I never thought to, be here, but it's basically, I want to thank City Council for taking this time, Councilwoman Terkanian for, honor us in this podium, and also, the hard work that Carlos had put in hasn't paid off, because of the support of all the people behind him. Like I would like to mention Fernando Alvarez, who had been training him for so much time, and for so long. Eddie Henderson, who has been a very good mentor and trying to help Carlos in any way possible. And some other people that are not present, but without them, this would be possible. And this is basically the hard work that Carlos has put in basically my job that is to drive him around, and my wife. So I don't do the work. Anyhow, with that said, Carlos just came from England last week, and he's going to Florida to stay with the U.S. national soccer team for 2 years. So I think with the confidence of his mentor and his coach and all the people behind him and his hard work, he will be able to represent Nevada soon in the future. And I would like to thank you very much, everybody, for being here and supporting him, my son, in any way possible. Thank you.
I wonder if the two coaches, could we have his coaches stand? I know how important coaches are for this, so could we have you stand, and let's give you a round of applause, too, for all your work. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, I'm going to present to you a soccer ball signed by the outstanding athletes here. This, however, sends to us our best wishes, our congratulations for what you've accomplished, and our best wishes for what you will accomplish in the future. So I give this to you, as well as giving you a proclamation from the mayor and the members of the city council proclaiming today, Wednesday, August 15th, as Carlos Martinez Day. Maybe you might want to have a picture taken. Or two. Okay.
Carlos?
And get a picture with the mayor. He's sort of famous.
Yes.
Yeah. Good kid. Good kid. Yeah, good kid, yes. Yeah, everyone's hot for some reason. Let's see what we have here. Everybody with us? All right, we'll call item number 8. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 36 is a First Amendment to Engineering Design Services Agreement, Okie Meadows Storm Drain Street Rehab Project. Staff's asked to strike. Item 52 is work card appeal. Jeffrey Arzola. Metro's asked to strike. Metro's asked for that in advance to our 9/5/2007 meeting. I got a weird sense of humor. Item number 53 is work card appeal. Robert Keith Stewart. Metro's asked to hold that in advance to our September 5th, 2007 meeting. And bill number 77, item number 77, bill number 2007-41, staff's asked to strike. Council members, are there any other items we need before at this time? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these 4 items forward and take appropriate action, please.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 9 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular city council meetings of July 11, 2007 and July 18th of 2007. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Yes, Your Honor. No additions or deletions. I make a motion to approve the minutes, please.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 10 through 50 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. Are there any items that the council wishes to bring forward at this time? All right, seeing none.
I make a motion, Your Honor, to approve items 10 through 50 with exceptions of 36, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on to item number 50. Item number 50 is a report from the city manager on emerging issues. Dr. Selby.
Good morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning.
I have a few things to report to you between now and your next council meeting. The first of which is the Fremont Entertainment District's official opening. That will be dedicated on Friday, August 24th. This is really a significant milestone for downtown and for the entertainment district as we revitalize that area and create more opportunities for entertainment for residents and visitors. The festivities begin that night at 7 p.m. and mayor and council members will participate in actually lighting up the new neon down there at 7:45. So we invite everybody to attend that. It'll be on Fremont Street between Las Vegas Boulevard and 7th Street. Another item is the joint meeting of the Las Vegas City Council and the Las Vegas Planning Commission. This is going to be held on Monday, August 27th at 12:30 p.m. at the East Las Vegas Community Center, and it will be focused on the very important topic of sustainability, the idea of sustainability in our environment, in our building programs, and our planning activities, helping us to stay in tune with the desert environment that we live in. Labor Day is just around the corner, and we want to announce to everybody that City Hall will be closed that Monday, September 3rd. And finally, just a reminder that school will soon be back in session and school zones will be active, so we want everybody to remember that and drive safely as they travel throughout the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Just one comment about our August 27th joint meeting with between the council and planning. I am going to invite Cameron Diaz to be our guest there. I hope she accepts, because then I know everybody will attend.
Be on time.
And be on time. Councilman Brown. Are there any other comments or questions? All right, thank you very much for the report.
Can I invite my family?
You certainly may. Hopefully. The reason I mentioned Cameron Diaz, she visited the city and she has expressed an interest in solar power, and that's part of our sustainability efforts, and that's what we're going to be discussing. So we'll extend her an invitation to come back at that time and make a presentation to the council and to the planning commission. All right, item 51 is discussion and possible action on a proposed amendment to the interlocal agreement between the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Henderson, Boulder City, Mesquite, and Clark County concerning redistribution of hotel room taxes, the estimated revenue loss of $2,800,000 over 5 years, and this pertains to the entire city of Las Vegas, all 6 wards.
Mayor and Council, just by way of background on this item and how it came to be in front of you today, approximately 18 months, well, let me back up and tell you what this money is. Approximately 10% of the room taxes that are collected regionally are reallocated among local governments based largely on population. The City of Las Vegas gets a substantial amount of money from that fund that goes into our Parks Development Program. This has been in place for about 10 years. About 18 months ago, Clark County began looking at the distribution of these funds and determined that their need for regional parks was significant and that they would like to see more of the funds that are generated in the unincorporated areas of Las Vegas go into the county funds for parks development. We negotiated, the city managers with the county manager, for approximately 18 months, really not very successfully, but because in all cases this would divert revenues, future revenues, away from the other city governments. What we have before you, though, is an agreement that I represent is probably better than the alternative. The county has presented this agreement, which gradually starts to take the growth increment of room taxes and allocate it specifically to the entities that it's generated in. Under this plan, the city would lose approximately $2.8 million of growth in the next 5 years. The alternative to this, and the county has put us on notice that they have introduced an ordinance that possibly would act on August 21st. The alternative is that the county basically takes the entire amount of room tax that's generated in the unincorporated areas and keeps that in their coffers in effect this year. That impact to the city would be approximately $27.5 million over the first 5 years. So we present this item to you for your consideration with a weak recommendation, I guess, that it's probably the lesser of the evils in terms of the revenue loss potential.
All right, thank you, Dr. Selby. I'll start off the discussion, if I may. I've been intimately involved with this issue, not only as the mayor and a member of this council on behalf of the city of Las Vegas, but also as the chair of the Las Vegas Visitors and Convention Authority, and have been privy to the discussion from its inception. This is a situation where the city should feel hostage to the whims and caprice of the county. About 40 years ago, and I guess a kinder, more gentler time, an agreement was reached between the various entities, and that agreement was massaged and finally honed down to have a distribution of monies based on population, where the monies would be expended to build regional parks. Nobody builds a better regional park than the city of Las Vegas. Nobody has the kind of parks that we have, and by entering into this kind of extortionate practice, the county basically is telling us that they will take our place with this money and build the regional parks. If I could believe that, I wouldn't have a problem. How do you like that? I don't believe it. They haven't built a regional park in I don't know how long. They don't build parks like we build parks, and they won't put it in writing. If they put it in writing, if they passed it in their ordinance, I wouldn't have a problem with it, because then I know our taxpayers, the people who live in our city, will be well served. But if they just take the money away from us and don't allow us to build the parks for our constituents, which interestingly are their constituents as well, the city being in the county, I believe is a very dangerous practice. I'm going to vote against this. I'm going to urge the county, the council, to vote for it, because it's cutting off our nose to spite our face to give up this kind of money. But somebody, and I'm doing it on behalf of all of us, has to have a vote which sends a real loud, clear message that the city of Las Vegas doesn't like this, that we have to do it, because this at least protects our taxpayers to a certain extent, even though we're being robbed of the monies that we spend for such good causes. I'm happy to hear from anybody else.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I was fortunate to meet with the mayor and participate in a phone conversation with a couple of the other mayors in Clark County, and I'm sure, I won't speak for them, but I think they feel the same way we do. I would like to see where they're going to build these parks. I think that it's important. Are they going to build a regional park in the city of Las Vegas? Are they going to build a regional park in Boulder City or Mesquite? We don't know what they're going to do with this money, and that really bothers me a lot. I talked to some of the county commissioners who was very adamant and mad at the state during the legislative session taking money away from Clark County, and they was really adamant about it. They was mad, and here they're doing the same thing to us, and I think that they need to know that we are mad. I think that as the mayor spoke of, we have built great parks in the city of Las Vegas. Plus, we have rebuilt a lot of our older parks in the city of Las Vegas, and we welcome anybody and everybody to come and use these parks. And I know Mayor asked us all to support this, but I think I've been just as adamant against this as the mayor has from the word get-go. And sometimes I cut my nose off to spite my face, Your Honor, so I'm going to vote against it also.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you, Your Honor. Likewise, the first impression was, especially coming off the legislative session, local governments in unison were talking about the state just going after money that have traditionally provided us with some revenue streams, and the response as far as the reason why, the justification was simply because the state can do it. And that was the first impression I got when briefed on this, is asking certainly the LVCVA and some of the member agencies and even some personnel at the county why they're doing this. What's their intent? Has the city failed to do regional parks? Have other local cities failed to step up and build these type facilities? And no one has really answered that why question. And the most legitimate response I've heard to date is basically because they can. And I'm going to support it, Dr. Selby, because as you mentioned, it's the lesser of two evils. It truly is. And this is a process that's been in place not 10 years, but originally started, I think, 46 years ago. It's been amended a few times, and it's always been a source from the Convention Authority to the local governments, and even including Mesquite and Boulder City a few years back, to allow them additional revenue streams outside our traditional general budget to do some things. And the city certainly has stepped up, as Mayor Goodman has indicated, over the past decade and done some phenomenal parks, nationally recognized programmable space, open space, trails. And it's important to note for the record that this particular revenue stream that we've received from the Convention Authority, we haven't taken a few $1 million and just gone and build a park with that. We've used that revenue stream to bond tens of millions of dollars for the regional parks of regional significance, of national significance. So I agree that the city, perhaps in our record, our track record, could be put against anybody in Southern Nevada and most local governments nationwide on what we've accomplished. But the bottom line is they can do what they are intending to do. And I'm going to support it. I would just ask the county in making this change to be very specific, to indicate to the local cities what their intentions are. This can't be viewed as just a county taking. It can't be viewed as the county going to take an additional $5 or $10 million a year and build parks of regional significance. They can't. They can't. I would implore them to be very specific and target some areas, not just in unincorporated county, but throughout the valley, that along with what we've done with the SNPLA dollars, put these dollars into some type of coordinated and cooperative system where their plans fit into the city plans in North Las Vegas and Henderson. Because then those tens of millions can turn into hundreds of millions to truly build these regional facilities. And that's what's needed. $10 million now doesn't even get you a pocket park in a neighborhood. So I would ask them to be specific. I would ask them to take the precedent that's been set with the SNPLA dollars and to view these new revenues as just an additional supplement, so we all, as local governmental agencies here in Southern Nevada, we all can work towards a greater good, a parks plan that, regardless of where it's built and what jurisdiction, truly serves all the residents. And that would be my ask to the county, is let us in on the planning. Let us cooperate and coordinate. And we may have some BLM land. Perhaps these dollars can go towards those lands. Or the county may have lands that the city could help. I've been one to always support the commingling of park dollars among public agencies. And there's no better example than SNPLA as far as that. Some of those projects, Connie earlier, certainly her role in what she's done with identifying those type projects. So, Your Honor, with all due respect, I'm going to support the motion because as much as I think it's hypocritical, the county taking and doing what they've criticized the state of doing, I think in the bigger picture, as long as this money doesn't go into the black hole of bureaucracy across the tracks, I'll support it because there is a larger goal and a bigger vision as far as parks in Southern Nevada, and this certainly could be a key component. Regardless of what agency ends up with that additional money, as long as it goes back in for the public good and the public interest, I will support it.
Very good, thank you. Dr. Wilson?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The only thing I'd like to add is, in addition to echoing the comments of Councilman Brown, is that in our briefings, it's my understanding that we considered our options, and we're really in a corner as far as options, but we considered what legal action or what legal remedy we have, and we've been advised that we'd lose. It's a losing remedy, if you will. In other words, if we wanted to say no to this and take our chances and go to court and challenge the action of the county, we've been advised that we'd probably lose. So with that in mind, we're in this boxed corner, if you will, so we really have no choice.
Well, the statute permits the distribution of monies based on the site where the monies are generated. So therefore, the Strip, being as affluent as it is, generates substantially more monies than any of the other entities from their casino tax dollars. Wise people in the past recognize that, notwithstanding the clear language of the statute, which would preclude, as the councilman referenced, us being successful in court, wise people who were concerned about this valley and about the constituents who live here, they realize that the money should be distributed on a population basis. That's what makes sense, that you divide it up where the people are and let the people have these beautiful parks, which was the purpose of the law. But now we're playing territorial games, and this is the beginning of, I believe, a very unhappy situation, and as Councilman Brown indicates, a very hypocritical context where they were crying and screaming and bleeding like stuck pigs when the money was taken from them by the legislature, and now they're turning around and are stabbing us with the same blade.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I would just like to say, just to put on record, that I too concur with the council in regards to the position that the city has been placed in, and it puts us in a very peculiar spot. The city of Las Vegas has built some of the most attractive and beautiful regional parks, and I believe that we have the ability to continue to do so if in fact this burden would not be placed on us. But with that being said, it would be different if in fact the county would have laid out a plan as to where in fact they were going to propose these future parks, but they have not done so. And I too agree that there should be a way, or should have been a way for us to divide these dollars amongst the population. I understand that our back is up against the wall. We've been pushed into a corner, and for that, I will not be supporting this particular item either, just for principle, for the record. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Brown? Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Oh, boy. I agree with everything my fellow councilmen have stated. They summarized quite well what our situation is. I particularly support Councilman Brown's very specific suggestions as to how we can work together for all, with an emphasis on the fact our city residents are also county residents. And as the mayor stated, even though the site of where the rooms are being built is in the county, the population of the individuals who work there to a great extent is in the city. I will, with extreme disappointment, vote yes on this item, and I'm voting yes in order to protect the city residents from losing everything they currently have under the threat by the county of the alternative of taking away everything. They would lose monies they now have, and the county then is saying to us, if you don't do this now, then we'll take what you're getting now as well as what you would be getting in the future. I just feel so disappointed because if we're all working together for the residents of our area, we have to work together. This is not working together. This is hitting one of the entities and several of the entities over the head with a hammer. So I really like the members of the county commission. I respect them very much, but I'm extremely disappointed in the situation.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Ross.
And, Your Honor, I can't let this go either, as much as I'm trying to keep my mouth shut. I just want the residents of this city to recognize that the efforts that the Clark County is going forward with to impose upon the city of Las Vegas will make it harder for us to provide those great amenities that this city is so well known for, and to let them know to be watchful of the county as they move forward, because we don't have anything written down. We don't have any assurances that money is going to be spent as they said it would be, and to watch them and to hold them accountable as the years go by in regards to those dollars leaving the city of Las Vegas and going to Clark County. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any public comment?
Yes.
Tom McGowan, Las Vegas resident. Nothing in fact, law, or reason prohibits or otherwise limits all 7 members of this city council from voting unanimously to deny this item. I don't trust Clark County government as far as I can throw a grand piano. And I can't throw a grand piano. You, if you fail, will fail standing up. And you shall not have failed. If you do anything else, you shall have failed. That's the public perception. And the parks are the property of the public. Thank you for your wisdom.
All right, I'll ask Councilman Brown to make the motion.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask the council's support in taking of the lesser of 2 evils, but I would move for approval and incorporate the comments made by the council members, especially those pertaining to requesting the county to allow us to be part of the process and become far more specific in their planning.
All right, thank you. That's a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Okay. 54. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of ownership for a beer wine cooler off-sale license from Huey Kennedy, doing business as Huey's Mart, to Huey's 777 Inc., doing business as Huey's Mart at 1591 North Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 5. Mr. DiFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today do meet criteria for consideration of a temporary approval of this change of ownership for this particular business, and that would be my recommendation with the conditions.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen.
I'm Martin Steffen, and my brother. Vince Steffen.
Be happy to hear from you folks.
We appreciate the opportunity to get this temporary wine and beer license so that we can continue the operation of the store when we take it over. It's Huey's Mart at Decatur and Vegas Drive. And, we've been in the news lately as being one of the lowest, having the lowest gas prices in the city, as you've probably seen. And when we take over, we expect to continue that.
Okay, well, this is a good chance for free advertising. Well, what's Unleaded going for these days?
Well, we're down in the area of 270 in that range. It varies, fluctuates day to day.
I never thought I'd say I'm happy to pay $2.70 a gallon, but
and we'll be bringing back the E85 gasoline too.
Terrific. So. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments? All right, this is Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And I too concur with the low gas prices, because when you drive a vehicle that sucks up gas like you're drinking a Slurpee on a hot summer day, I look for prices like that. So I enjoy the way the store has been operated in the past, and I truly hope that you're able to continue the great service that this store has provided the community for such a long time. And for that, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff conditions. And good luck to you.
Thank you. Let's
And
vote.
keep the gas prices low.
Okay, thank you. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 55 is discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review of temporary approval for Taverns license, Just Jazz, Inc., doing business as Just Jazz at 1000 East Sahara Avenue in Suite 105. This is in Ward 3. Mr. DeFiore?
Mayor, members of the council, this 90-day review was scheduled for reasons, I believe, to see how the business was going to operate as basically a jazz club. And during the last 90 days, there have only been 2 calls for service. It was a vehicle stop and not pertaining to the business at all. We've had no concerns or issues with this business, and I'm willing to go forward with, recommending a permanent license to be issued for this particular location.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen?
Thank you. We appreciate
Could you
your
please
concern.
identify yourself for the record?
Robert Gresham, President, Just Jazz.
Ryan Norris, Treasury and Secretary of Just Jazz.
All right, would you like to say anything?
I really appreciate this opportunity to run our business, and I'm happy to be here, and that's it.
Good. What kind of jazz do you have there?
We have straight jazz, piano. We have a trio during the week, and we have 5 pieces, and we alternate singers on the weekend.
Very good, thank you. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. I move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Items 56 and 57. 56 is discussion and possible action regarding a 90-day review of temporary approval for tavern license, Dreho Enterprises LLC, doing business as Tom Peters Gaming Bar at 465 South Decatur Boulevard. And 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a review of temporary approval for restricted gaming license for 15 slots, Dreho Enterprises LLC, doing business as Tom Peters Gaming Bar at 465 South Decatur Boulevard. These are in Ward 1, of course. And Mr. DeFiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the 90-day review today is really something that is probably premature. The business opened up in July, and the only call for service there was a perimeter check by the Metropolitan Police Department. And in all fairness to the applicant, the licensee, I would like to recommend a 6-month extension of the temporary license so we can monitor the activity of the business. And if there are no concerns in that 6 months, to be able to grant the permanent license. If there are concerns, to bring it back for a 6-month review.
Is that for both the gaming as well as the liquor?
Yes, it would be.
Okay, fine. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, council members. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. My name is Jocelyn Nixon. I am the applicant on this particular item. I don't have a problem with any temporary licenses that have been issued at this time, other than that it was for 90 days originally. So I was under the impression that I'd be here in October as opposed to next February, and I'm concerned as to why that is the case, that we're now asking for 6 months as opposed to those original 90 days.
Mr. DeFiore, do you have any comment on that?
That would be the option for council. I know that in the past when we've issued 90-day temporary reviews, sometimes we're not able to see how the business operates and functions within that 90 days. So 6 months is what we're allowed by code, and I just would like to extend that full period of time.
All right, thank you. All right, any other comments or questions? Councilwoman Tarkanian?
I move to follow staff's recommendation for the 6-month review.
All right, that's on 56. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. In 57, please.
Move to follow staff's recommendation on the 6-month review.
Thanks. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 58 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new martial arts license subject to the provisions of the Planning and Fire Codes for Striking Unlimited LLC, doing business as Striking Unlimited LLC at 7220 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This is in Ward 1. Steve Fiore.
Mayor, members of the council, the applicants today do meet criteria for consideration of this temporary approval of a new martial arts license, and my recommendation would be that, subject to the conditions.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Councilman and Mayor, Councilwoman. My name is Ken Han, and it's
My name is Yoriko Washiyama.
and we are the owners of Striking Unlimited.
Very good. Would you like to say anything at this time?
Well, I am training Frank Mir for his comeback fight next UFC in 2 weeks.
Good.
So we're trying to make him the new champion again.
Very good. That's great. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? All right. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Move to approve with
Let's
all
vote.
conditions.
Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to the two of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item 59 is discussion and possible action on a request to install speed humps on Pinto Lane between Campbell Drive and Shetland Road in Ward 1. Mr. Kukowski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This item is in order for your consideration, and I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions to Mr. Kukowski at this time? All right, seeing none, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move to approve the speed humps on Pinto Lane as described in this item.
Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 60 is R60-2007, discussion and possible action to rescind the August 1st, 2007 council action regarding a resolution authorizing medium-term obligations in the amount up to $22,500,000, directing the officers of the city to forward materials to the Department of Taxation of the State of Nevada and authorizing the sale of the City of Las Vegas, Nevada general obligation medium-term obligations in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $22,500,000, $12,500,000 demolition construction of a recreational project, the Stupak Community Center in Ward 3, and $10 million acquire and equip fire projectant projects, which pertains to all wards. Mr. Vincent.
Your Honor, Mark Vincent, Finance and Business Services. This rescinding of this resolution is required because we got the cart in front of the horse. We need to do the public hearing first, do a miscommunication from outside bond counsel and ourselves. So we will come back on September 5th with the public hearing, which has been, I believe, noticed, and we'll get on with the order of issuing the bonds. This will have no impact at all with the scheduled construction of the Stupak Center.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Any questions of Mr. Vincent? Comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for this item, please.
All right, let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Vincent. Item 61 is R61-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and Parkway Center LLC as owner, and 24-Hour Fitness USA Inc. is the tenant participant located at 100 City Parkway, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. This is Ward 5, and of course this item is related to the Redevelopment Agency item that we considered this morning, items 4 and 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. Items 61, 2, and 3 are the companion City Council resolutions to the actions taken by the RDA this morning. With your approval of these three items, the actions taken by the RDA Board become effective.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Adams? All right, seeing none, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Once again, I would just like to express my excitement as it relates to the 24-hour fitness coming into the downtown area. And for that, I move for approval subject to all staff conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 62 is R62-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and Parkway Center LLC and Deli Planet Inc., doing business as Jason's Deli, located at 100 City Parkway, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. This is in Ward 5 as well, and this item is related to the prior items on the redevelopment agenda, items 6 and 7. Mr. Adams.
Same comments that I made previously. With the approval of this item, the action taken on the corresponding RDA items become effective.
Very good. Any questions of Mr. Adams? Okay. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The opportunity for us to diversify our eating options in downtown continues to increase by the day, and I would like to thank Mr. Adams and his staff for going out and making the true dream come true for the downtown area. So for that, I would move for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Item 63 is R63-2007, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Commercial and Visual Improvement Program agreement between the Redevelopment Agency and Tawanda LLC, doing business as Rebecca L. Burton Law Office, located at 801 South 6th Street, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the Redevelopment Agency. This is in Ward 3, and this item is a companion to the Redevelopment Agency items 8 and 9 heard earlier today. Mr. Adams.
Okay, again, with the approval of this item, the RDA items become effective.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Certainly, Councilman Wilson.
Thank you. For the same reason that I recused myself on the RDA agenda item number 8, I must recuse myself on this item as the applicant is a current tenant of mine in my office building.
Very good. Thank you. The record will reflect that, of course. Let's vote.
Yes, Your Honor, I make a motion to approve this item and follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Post, please. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Okay, item 64 is the Neon Museum Board of Trustees. Councilwoman Tarkanian's Class 1 trustee. Her term expires September 15, 2007. The procedure for the board requires appointment by the City Council. We could reappoint the councilwoman or appoint a new Class 1 trustee. I believe the councilwoman would like to continue service. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
I would move for reappointment then. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, move up. Moving right along. Thank you. Thanks. Never known of college. Heard of it. Okay, we're on item 65, which is bill number 2007-34. This establishes the meaning of allowing the, let's see. Bill number 2007-34 establishes the meaning of a means of allowing the use, quote, delivery and service vehicle storage, end quote, in certain commercial and industrial zoning districts. Councilwoman, do you wish to have the bill read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-34, in order to establish the means of allowing the use, delivery, and service vehicle storage in certain commercial and industrial zoning districts and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Your Honor, if I could.
Yes, please.
I was approached to sponsor this bill myself. I felt it was inappropriate. I would hate to see some of these, and I know we have the ability to say yes or no when these items come before us, but this just gives somebody an opportunity to come in and store these ice cream trucks downtown, and I think it's inappropriate, and I'm going to vote against it.
All right. Thank you very much. Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Yes, I had some concerns similar to Councilman Reese's, but I'm told that we are going to monitor that very carefully, so I would move for approval as our recommending committee did.
All right, there's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is bill number 2007-35, allows additional types of alcoholic beverage-related uses in the CV zone district by means of special use permit. Councilwoman, do you want it read, please?
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Bill number 27-35, in order to allow additional types of alcoholic beverage-related uses in the CV Civic Zoning District by means of special use permit and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you have a motion?
Yes, I do. First, I'd like to mention that this item allows additional flexibility in types of alcoholic beverage use in the CV Civic Zoning District by means of a special use permit. It came to our attention because of the Springs Preserve when they wanted to have a restaurant there. At present, for the Civic Zoning District, the only thing possible through an SUP is a tavern. So this text amendment gives these applicants the option of less intense use, such as restaurant and supper club. I move, as our recommending committee did, for approval.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 67 is Bill Number 2007-36, adopts development standards and guidelines for hillside areas. Would you like to have that read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Good.
Councilwoman, Bill Number 2736, an ordinance to adopt development standards and guidelines for hillside areas within the city and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And your motion, Councilwoman?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 68 is Bill Number 2007-39, readopts the Las Vegas Municipal Code 10.02.010 to make state misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city. Councilwoman, do you wish it read?
Please read.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, Bill Number 2739, ordinance to readopt the municipal code provision making state law misdemeanors city misdemeanors if committed within the city.
Okay, and Councilwoman, your motion.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 69 is Bill Number 2007-40, annexation number ANX 20441, property located on the southeast corner of Michael Way and Madra Mesa Drive. Councilwoman, do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman, Bill Number 27-40, in order to extend the boundaries of the city to particular side of the land to be annexed, makes it have subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. And your motion, Councilwoman?
I'll move to approve.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 70 is Bill Number 2007-47, amends ordinance number 5291 as amended, creating a special improvement district number 808 in the Summerlin area. Do you wish to have it read?
Please, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, Bill Number 27-47, ordinance amending ordinance number 5291 is amended by ordinance number 5591 concerning the city of Las Vegas, Nevada special improvement district number 808 in the Summerlin area.
Thank you. And your motion, please.
Move to approve.
Please vote. Opposed?
And
Yes, Councilwoman. Motion carries. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note that I personally, as a council person, feel that the recommending committee is very valuable, and that's because it gives an additional view for the public of some of the actions we might be undertaking. And I just would like to emphasize that if anybody has any questions, or councilmen or anybody in the public, this is a good time. Just let us know ahead of time, and we'll try and find out the information.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, we're up to item 71, Bill Number 2007-48. This amends ordinance 5293 is amended concerning the levy of assessments in Special Improvement District Number 808 in the Summerlin area. Do you wish to have it read?
Please.
Thank you.
Councilwoman, Bill Number 27-48, an ordinance amending ordinance number 5293 is amended by ordinance number 5333 and ordinance number 5851 concerning the levy of assessments in the city of Las Vegas, Nevada special improvement district number 808 Summerlin area.
All right, thank you. Your motion, please.
Which item are you on? 71? I move to approve.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 72 through 76, which are bills 2007-42 through 2007-46, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we're going to move on to the new bills. And the new bills, which are items 78 through 80, bills 2007-49 through 2007-51, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, September 4th, 2007. Mr. Jervik, could you read those, please?
On behalf of Your Honor, Bill Number 27-49, ordinance amending ordinance number 5920 related to the issuance of refunding bonds or particular matters relating thereto. Ordinance number 2007-50, an ordinance to amend the city zoning regulations to prohibit short-term vacation rentals in any residential zoning district and provide for related matters. And finally, Bill Number 27-51, ordinance to update various provisions of city subdivision and zoning regulations relative to map approvals and site visibility at intersections and landscape installation and maintenance and to provide for related matters.
All right, thank you very much. Councilwoman, will you be available on September the 4th to consider these?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilman Barlow, will you be available on September the 4th?
Yes, Mayor.
Very good. All right, then you'll be assigned that responsibility, and thank you. The council meeting is in recess until 1 o'clock. That's a good question. I have no problem. When we're brief, let's discuss this because it's 10:15 now. And we sort of have dead time, for lack of a better phrase. Maybe we want to
Post it.
evaluate when we want to move the afternoon agenda starting at 12.
One of the things we talked about is possibly just having a 9 a.m. start time and post the entire agenda with the exception of some of the public hearings that may need a time certain. But we wanted to test it this way first.
Nobody, so far, I
And
don't think anybody has a problem with 8 o'clock for redevelopment. I mean, I haven't heard. So that doesn't appear to be the issue. The issue is, what do we do
now,
now?
right.
We'll expect it under advisement, so we can't modify it, so that you can keep going if you prefer to.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Just post everything at 9.
Oh, that's interesting. So then we can just take a recess.
At 1.
Set time certain, that makes sense.
Some concern.
That makes sense. But like, we have certain ones, we put in time certain, so we know that they won't, they'll be able to be here at their convenience, so to speak. But all the rest will just go forward, we'll take a break around noontime for a bite, and then the rest, and then come back. That may be the best way to handle it. Well, let's experiment with it. This is a good time to do it. Good.
They're gonna have to watch the television. But they do that at the county meetings. Oh, good, okay.
Okay. Very good. Well, how do we look for the same news?
It's quite a few items, but I haven't seen the final sheet yet on what I can do.
No, they're not here. Councilman, I think they thought that would be done this early. Okay, well,
But a lot of things come in usually.
yeah, we'll set that for 12:30. Here's the table.
Thank you.
Oh, very good. Thank you.
Are we abating most of the afternoon? Hopefully.
Hopefully we'll see some changes of your property, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Hopefully.
It'll be interesting.
You okay, Evan? Oh, okay. On those inserts?
Okay.
That's me. 2287, right? Yeah, I just took a bunch of studying for the final. Oh. I'm still working on my bachelor's. I got 8 classes left. With honors. Oh, no, not me.
Yeah, it's a bit quick one.
Says 50. In the book.
Right, there's 50 more. 50. Right.
But they scratch.
Well, sometimes, yeah. But even I opened the front already. We had a couple people come in. We're good. Hey, could be. Maybe it's too cold in here for you, man. Maybe you should be.
It was hot. You know, when you walk through the door, it's like 70 in here, like 90 in there.
I know. For some reason, man, the air is just not getting in that area.
Yeah. Oh, God. It's like it's a bypass. Oh, the vents off.
Yeah, we checked it. We had the maintenance guy come in.
Remember the locker room? The vents were shut over there.
But did you open it?
I opened one by myself.
It's still kind of warm on that
It
side.
is.
You know, they said, no, we're non-essential, man. They said, you know what?
Yeah.
We just close up half the Marshall's going to use it.
Be hot and take a bullet for us.
That's right. But we get people having a
I walked up to a shower and he went, hey, little buddy. No, I'm just kidding. He did it.
whatever you say, man.
Yeah.
Hey. You guys are like peas. You know how there's 3 peas in the pot?
Whatever.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's funny stuff.
Hey, you know what? If that gets you lieutenant, more power to you. I just want to be on your squad. You got my, hey, you got my loyalty.
I already have their.
You just bring baklava.
Yeah.
You got my loyalty.
Hey, a key to anybody's heart's to their stomach.
Hey, I'll follow you to Graves, man. I don't care where you go, man. Once that baklava stops coming, though, I'm exercising my seniority and jumping shit.
Going somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm jumping shit.
That's cool.
I read that thing, man. Like you said, it's just almost exact.
Yeah.
It's almost like they just took the paragraphs and changed it around a little bit.
That whole one about Rich where he chased the gun.
Oh, yeah.
Such a joke.
Was it like that?
Oh, no. I mean, I wasn't there, but guys at work were like, a joke.
Was he like off duty? Because he kind of was like.
He was especially then.
Oh, okay, so he was like extra staff. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and then lost sight of him, but then saw a guy matching the description.
Yeah, and took down.
But lost sight of him.
Right, yeah. The whole thing.
So in other words, he ran away from him.
Rich probably ran away from the suspect.
And then as he was coming around the bush,
You know what? There's a famous comment by Rich Young that he once said, "I don't know how to work nights because it's scarier at nighttime."
No way. Yeah. Come on.
I swear to God. I swear. I wouldn't say it if it wasn't something that has lasted over the years and spread. Yeah, he's a joke.
What's with
No, officer. It's a big pony show that she's on.
She's like responsible for hiring 9 officers.
She supposedly belongs.
Hey! Little.
How are you, man? Come over.
And that hasn't changed.
You know what's really cool? Sitting here, Brad German went to law school, very good friend. And he was like, "Oh, I know Zola. How you doing, man?" Oh, really? And then Steve Wolfson goes, "Hey, I know him too. How you doing, man? So it was like real cool, you know?
And you're right there.
Yeah, I was right there. I was like, right, yeah. Yep.
Rossi's cool too.
He is. He's
real down to earth.
Yeah, he's an electrician. So he's a working guy. There you go.
That's why.
Good.
Pretty soon it's going to be.
There you go. Okay.
You come work with me?
Dude, I'll help. Can't be here.
Will you?
These suppliers.
8 years, man. 8 years. I'm coming. 2 terms, 8 years.
Why do you want to do
No, why? I want to change some of the
Make sure I'm retired. Make sure I'm retired. How many years you say? Oh yeah, yeah. I figured. Oh, you. Oh, I can do that anywhere here in this town.
Come on.
I'll go be back. I'm gonna be as reserve. Keep my category.
You want me?
No. Plus pennies. I'll be your henchman. Whatever. Just create something. Just create something. I'll be the
You're the cleaner.
yeah.
You see that show? The cleaner.
The cleaner.
Is that what it's
You
called?
talking about the hitman? Lisa Lane.
Yes.
Is that her name?
She's at Lou.
She's hot. Lucy. I'm not into
Yes.
I don't know. I never really. I see these people, but I never like. Hey, how you doing? I put. Excuse me. What's your name? That's your. No, I didn't. No. She goes, oh, how you doing? I go. You know, I'm really sorry. You did not. No, but she came up, showed me the award, and I was like, hey, Riley, I swear to God. Dude, man, what do you want to pay? You know. No, I go. What did I say? straight over. I said, I thought you were somebody else. I'm sorry. Yeah, see? Right. Well, I made it clear this is the first time I was outside. So she was like, oh, yeah. She said, I see people. I worked with them for years, and I still. And I was like, she got like nervous. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't feel like an idiot. I didn't feel like an idiot anyways, because you know what? I didn't know. Oh, no wonder she's like a scout.
It'll take a little bit.
Yeah, a little delay from here to there. Yep. You know what? Yeah.
Breaking down those walls.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you know, hey. So it's because he sees a person. Exactly. And if you get some hair, personal, good, you know, a couple of, they're just totally in their way. Look at the wall. Yeah. You know what? I'll tell people. I'll say, you know what? I think it's on the third floor. I'll say, I think it's on the third floor, but just to confirm with the board. Yeah, I don't know. And some of those things aren't accurate.
No, it's not. It needs to be changed.
And I tell them that too. I say, hey, sir, if it's not on the third floor, I'm sorry, it's not accurate.
Yeah.
But if you're on the third floor, ask the people, and they'll be able to direct you. I don't want to be here.
Morning session.
That was nice.
Yeah.
She said,
What big item?
She said, I think we're here until 5. Should we hear past that? So there's only one item I can see maybe being lengthy, but other than that, so.
Maybe the one item. You know what the one item is?
I didn't ask her. She was busy doing that.
Yeah, check on those guys. You say she left for about half an hour now?
Yeah, I was sitting here reading all the time, and she came in and I said, are you going to go eat? She said, I don't know. I don't think so. That was it, and then she walked off. She said, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever.
That's what Councilman said. The rules has no agenda, so that's why she would have.
Yeah, call me first. Call me first.
I'll tell her. I'll tell her. Just how do you do this one? Hold you out, walk in. Yeah.
When you see me right here, you just can't stay.
You can't that way or not. Does it matter?
Yeah, you gotta go that way.
Oh, my bad.
You could go that way, but you gotta sit down. That's what you want. That's on you. Hey, that's on you.
Everybody floats around.
Hey, that's yeah.
you know, we can only lead horses to water. We can't make
There
them
you
drink.
go, honey. This is extra. That's the only one I have extra going down to my hand. Oh, I need to go to the board. So I'll take the board for
bail bonds permitted use or not. Very good, what? It was my car. At least and I'll get the back and we're good.
Say that again. Did I hear? That's what I thought she said. No. I know he won the jury trial. I know. No, I didn't hear it. I thought you were just kidding about Clarence Darrow. I didn't know it. I'm seeing you tomorrow at 10, so you'll tell me.
Mayor, we're ready. Everything's ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll call item number 81, any items from the morning session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have item number 82 and 83, hearing on nuisance at 2228 and 2232 Valley Drive. Owner Jim C. Doucet. Staff wants to hold that in abeyance until our September 19, 2007 meeting. Item number 90 is an RQR 22271 Lamar Outdoor Advertising 711 Inc. required two-year review of a billboard at 6070 West Sahara Avenue. The applicant has set to be held in advance until our September the 5th, 2007 meeting. And our item 104 is a review of condition 21-911 Shelley Jackson at 1247 Douglas Drive. The applicant has set to be held in advance until our September the 5th, 2007 meeting. And item 105 is a site development review 15747 Twin Lakes Baptist Church. Site development plan review at the northwest corner of Rainbow Boulevard and Westcliff Drive. The applicant has set to be held in advance until our September the 5th, 2007 meeting. Items 123, 24, and 25 is a variance 21980, special use permit 21979, and site development review 21982, Wingate Marketing Group located at West Sahara and Decatur Boulevard. Councilman Tarkanian has set to be held in advance until our September the 5th, 2007 meeting. And item 127 is a special use permit 21620, Timothy and Sandra Volts located at 326 Santa Fe Street. Councilman Tarkanian has set to be held in advance until October the 3rd, 2007 meeting. And I have a couple items here. Where'd they go? Items 96 through 102, the island development. Is there anyone here to speak on these items? Oh, okay. I've been asked by her to trail this until the last of our meeting. You still? Well, no, it'll just be, we don't know what time we'll get through, so it'll just be at the end of our meeting. So we're going to hold items, if we can, items 96 through 101 to the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Excuse me, Councilman Reese, if there's anyone here that didn't get the message about that changeover, because...
You better speak into the mic, please. And identify yourself, please, for the record.
Good beautiful day, Dusty Buckle with the Island Development Team. If there's anyone here of the public that showed up to talk on ours or to give their opinion, could we make room for them so that we don't inconvenience them?
They can wait.
They can wait. Okay, thank you.
All right, very good.
Any other items we need to bring forward at this time?
I would like to just make a note, Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, that 126 was, a letter had been sent in from the applicant asking for that item to be obeyed. However, I told him that I would not be obeying that item, and that item will be heard today. So I just wanted to make a note and for the record that the request was made.
Thank you. Any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, I make a motion to bring these items forward, take the appropriate action, please.
All right, thanks. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Items 84 through 88 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items number 84 through 88, please?
Yes, Your Honor, no questions or concerns. I make a motion to approve these items with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Items 89 through 92 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from the portion of the agenda. So items 89 through 92 are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone here who wishes to be heard on these items?
Your Honor?
Yes.
I would like to pull item number 92, special use permit, off of this portion of the calendar here it separately.
All right, very good. So would anyone like to be heard?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I believe we already have number 90, which is being obeyed,
That's correct.
so I want to make sure that was noted.
Very good.
Mayor,
Thank
for
you.
the record. Mayor, this is Brian Denny.
Yes,
You'll
Brian.
need to read in items 89 and 91 into the record.
I read the 89 and 91 into the
Correct.
record. All right. This is a new procedure that we're utilizing, so we're sort of experimenting through it. 89 and 91? All right. 89 is RQR 22-270. It's a public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Outdoor Advertising. The owner is RHDH Properties LLC. Required 2-year review of an approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot tall 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1600 North Rancho Drive. This is in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Item 91 is SUP 22101, public hearing. The applicant is OSA Strategic Assets LLC. The owner is Virgin Territory. Request for special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment at 6010 West Craig Road, Suite 140. This is in Ward 4. The Planning Commission and staff recommend, Ward 6. And the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. Would anyone like to be heard on these? Well, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Then may I have a motion then to...
Yes, Your Honor. I make a motion to approve items 89 and 91 with all conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. And now we go to 92?
Yes.
92 is SUP 22261, public hearing. The applicant owner is Guadalupe and Juana Vizcarra. The request for special use permit for a 1,186 square foot Class 1 habitable accessory structure on 0.75 acres located at 5059 East Monroe Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes. Is there anyone here from the public on this item? I would ask staff to contact Guadalupe or Juana Vizcarra and have them contact my office. I'd like to meet with them. I'd like a motion, Your Honor, to hold this item in advance.
There's that pacemaker. Sorry about that.
It's supposed to have been off. Anyhow,
Is that the best he could do?
This is Juana.
Are you Guadalupe and Juana Vizcarra?
She's Juana. Guadalupe's not here right now.
Okay, but this is Juana Vizcarra? Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I really have some concerns with this application.
Okay.
I feel like that it is an RE zoning, but it's a single-family residence, and I don't like to see 2 units to be habitable units put on this small piece of property. So I really have a concern with it, so I'd like to hold this in abeyance for 2 weeks until our September the 5th meeting, and in the meantime, I'd like to meet with you and go over some of the concerns I had.
Okay. How do I get in contact?
You can. I'll have staff get a hold of you. We got your phone number and stuff, so we'll get a hold of you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, that's the motion then, to obey for 2 weeks. That's the date?
Do what?
Yeah, she gave her name. That was Juana Vizcarra.
Ma'am?
Oh.
Can you come back up?
Yeah.
Excuse me. Staff needs your name for the record, please.
Okay. It's Alma Rodriguez.
Thank you.
And the woman who was with you was?
Juana Vizcarra.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you. All right. There's been a motion to obey for 2 weeks. The date would be?
September the 5th.
September 5th. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Okay. Items 93, 94, and 95. 93 is ZON 19673. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is TCR Southwest Properties, Inc. The owner is Cohen 1969 Trust. Request for rezoning from C1 Limited Commercial to RPD 25 Residential Plan Development 25 units per acre on 7.36 acres at 3132 North Jones Boulevard in Ward 5. The Planning Commission recommends approval subject to condition. The staff recommends denial. 94 is VAR 19672. This too will be a public hearing. Applicant owner is TCR Southwest Properties, Inc. The owner, Cohen 1969 Trust. Request for a variance to allow 68,875 square feet of open space where 142,249 square feet is required.
for a proposed 161-unit multi-family residential subdivision on 7.36 acres at 3132 North Jones Boulevard. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. And 95 is SDR 19670. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a site development plan review for 161-unit multi-family development on 7.36 acres at 3112 North Jones Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are in Ward 5, and they're all public hearings, which I now declare open. Mr. Brown.
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me this afternoon is Mr. David Brown, no relation, but the consultant and engineer for the project. We ask, most importantly, that when you consider our applications this afternoon, that you keep in mind that the city, prior to Councilman Barlow being elected and prior to this applicant purchasing this property, already has approved a somewhat similar 161-unit project. When the applicant purchased the land, and by the way, it's Tremor Crow, who's a noted, developer and has done fine work, throughout the United States. They chose not really to like the site plan that has been approved. So what they did was they held a number of neighborhood meetings, frankly too many to discuss. They also involved the councilman, and the councilman, we appreciate his time and effort. He met as recently as Thursday night, I know, with the neighbors, and also has had another number of discussions with the neighbors. As a result of all of those meetings, we had quite a few people who were disappointed initially. We know we haven't have a perfect site plan, but it's vastly improved. We have more open space than we had in the previous site plan. And again, it's the comparison here that I think that is most important. We've agreed to a number of conditions that the neighbors and the councilman have suggested. I've taken the liberty of passing that out. Mr. Brown, when he speaks and goes over the site plan in a moment, if you'd like, he can read those into the record, but we've agreed as part of our presentation to make those conditions a part of the record as well. So with that, I'll turn the microphone over to Mr. Brown, and he can review the new site plan with you.
Brown.
Good afternoon, David Brown, 6554 Paulus Jade Court, here on behalf of the applicant. As Mr. Brown stated, we have made a few changes to the site plan that not only make this site better for the residents that will live there, but also for the existing residents across Roland. We've increased the open space, like Jade said, by 10,000 square feet. We reduced the height of the buildings by from 35 feet to 33 feet. That's the lowest we could get the buildings with a 3-story unit. We reduce the floor area ratio of the site, which is the square footage of the actual buildings that cover the site. We reduced that from 63% down to about a little over 50%. And we've created a building that is much more harmonious with the existing neighborhood to the east. The building that was previously approved was about 350 feet by 200 feet wide. And these new buildings average about 100 feet by 70 feet, so they're much more harmonious with the existing neighborhood to the east. If you'd like, I could read the conditions in.
I think it's best that you do, so that the public will understand what we're doing here.
Yes, thank you.
Condition number 1, we will provide an 8-foot block wall along Roland Street, a matching material and color to the existing block wall on the south property line. We'll provide a 20-foot intense, this is number 2, 20-foot intense berm landscaping buffer on the east Roland side of the block wall with a double row of trees. Block wall and landscaping buffer on Roland Street and Cheyenne Avenue to be installed once grading is complete. Landscaping on Roland Street and Cheyenne Avenue will be permanently maintained in a satisfactory manner. Number 3, no street lights will be installed on Roland Street. A 5-foot decomposed granite meandering pathway will replace a concrete sidewalk in the landscaping buffer. Number 4, minimum 36-inch box evergreen trees will be placed in the southeast corner of the site, which is down in the southeast corner here. Number 5, lighting will be low-level shoebox style, downward directed and shielded to prevent spillover or fugitive lighting into adjacent residential neighborhood. Exterior lighting such as stairwells, carports, and walkways will be warm colors. Photometrics to be designed to minimum per code. No light poles will be installed in areas that can be seen from adjacent residential properties. Number 6, fire hydrant on the corner of Roland and Haley, which is this corner down here. There's an existing fire hydrant. Will not be used for construction site purposes. Number 7, Roland Street will not be used for site access during construction. Number 8, building heights will not exceed 33 feet. Air conditioning units will not be placed on roofs or otherwise visible from off the site. Number 9, in lieu of compliance with the open space requirements of Municipal Code 19.06.040, the developer will make a contribution amount to be determined to the City of Las Vegas Parks CIP Fund for improvements to an existing park within a 1-mile radius of the site. This contribution must be made prior to approval of the final map.
All right, thank you very much. Could staff tell me how we determine the amount to be that's going to be contributed to the city? Is this going to be by staff recommendation, or is it going to be a discussion before the council?
Mr. Mayor, that is $4 per square foot, and that condition would be imposed on item number 94.
Okay, thank you. Very good. All right, any questions? Folks, a public hearing on all these matters. If you'd like to be heard, we'd be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. This is an extremely...
You have to identify
My name
yourself
is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. It's an extremely attractive project. It's going to be an asset to the community. I may be wrong, but my sense of this is that Councilman Barlow is already in the mode to approve, and I certainly approve heartily of this project and look forward to seeing it at its completion. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Donna Hoffmeister, 3093 Woods Drive. All these conditions were previously approved at a city council meeting for the other project. I just wanted to clarify that. Just one thing that is not hasn't been clarified is that this is a condominium development and not a for-rent apartment development. That's what has been proposed all along and what we agreed to as residents, and some of the multifamily connotations here sort of leave that open-ended, but I just wanted to clarify that it is a condominium project.
Mr. Brown, the question is whether this is a condominium project or an apartment complex.
Mayor, frankly, we're not sure. It previously was approved just multifamily, which could go either way. Financing is an issue. We'd rather do condo, but the current approval before the city, and I stand corrected by staff, is for just multifamily, which could be apartment or condo, and we're asking the same thing here. Yes, ma'am.
So if you look at the staff report, even going back to July of '06, it says right in their project description that it's a condominium development, and I would just really urge you to make sure that it stays that way. We have too many rental apartments already in our neighborhood. We have one complex just to the south of it that's 246 units. They're all up and down Cheyenne, and we just really wanted this because it was condominiums and not more apartments in the neighborhood. The applicants have been great to work with, and they've really worked with us on these conditions, but I think that that's very important to our neighborhood to keep it condos and not apartments.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Brown?
Yes. I'll respond very briefly. As I told you in the initial introduction, there already has been an approval of a similar development. If that had not been approved, I don't know that I would have been able to get this council's approval today or Councilman Barlow's, being frank with you. If we were turned down today because of, let's say, the condo issue, then the developer could go ahead into the previous site plan approval and go ahead and build those apartment units the way it is with not nearly as good a site plan, et cetera. So I think given the choice between our new plan and what's already been approved, I think for this neighbor and the other neighbors, and that's why I believe you're not seeing very many people here today opposing this application. So with that, we'll answer any further questions.
All right, thank you very much. All right, folks, public hearing still. Be happy to hear from you. All right, seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank both Mr. Brown and Mr. Brown for your due diligence in regards to meeting with the residents. And to Mr. J. Brown, just so that the record is clear, you mentioned too many neighborhood meetings to go through. In a position like this, sometimes it takes more community meetings in order to really address the concerns of the constituents that we serve. And so I don't look at it from the standpoint of too many meetings, but more so an opportunity to work out all of the kinks and the issues that surround these neighborhoods that the residents have to live in. You know, for me, after the project is built, it is my constituents that have to look at it every day. It is my constituents that have to take care of it because it's in our neighborhood. And so for that, the amount of meetings that it took to get to this point, the reason why, in fact, the residents aren't here as vocal as they were prior is due to the fact that we had enough meetings to get them to a level to where they agree to the conditions in which the applicant has spoken to the record today. Thirdly, I would like for Bart, if you will, we had discussed Roland Street, which is a major concern in regards to the block wall, making sure that the block wall maintain its look from the, I believe, the development to the south, wanting to make sure that the block wall looks identical to that block wall that is currently there, 8 feet, as well as the decorative block that currently exists. And Bart, if you will, in regards to, I'm sorry, Margot, if you'll please read the modification for condition number 5. I believe in the condition that he read it was condition number 3. But if we can read that into the record and see if in fact that's something for the applicant to agree on as well, to as far as the build out of any future development, as far as the lighting and the sidewalks in the future for Roland.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We'd like to modify condition number 5 to read as follows. Construct incomplete half-street improvements on Roland Avenue adjacent to this site concurrent with development of this site. Improvements shall consist of permanent asphalt pavement and L-type curb. Sidewalk installation shall be deferred and decomposed granite provided in the area where sidewalk would normally be placed. Installation of streetlights shall be deferred, however. Exterior street lighting shall be stubbed out for later use, including all necessary underground conduit and pull boxes at each street location, and the developer shall provide to the city such streetlights for future installation. Alternatively, monies in lieu of such deferred streetlights, including bases, may be contributed to the city if allowed by the Department of Public Works. Coordinate with the Land Development Section of Public Works regarding street lighting requirements prior to submittal of construction drawings. Sign and record a covenant running with land for all urban improvements, sidewalk not constructed at this time on Roland Avenue. The principal difference between this condition and the previous one is the previous one was permissive. It said you may choose not to put in streetlights, and we're changing it to you shall not put them in at this time.
And is that agreeable?
That is agreeable.
Very good.
Okay. I do once again want to thank you for working with the residents and my office in regards to this very important development that's taking place at Jones and Cheyenne. For the record, I'll share with you that the density for me is much too higher than what I would have approved. And but one thing that I do like is the fact that you have worked with my office and the neighbors to reconfigure and bring back a better design than what was previously approved. And it's not something in the past that I would have supported, but understanding the position that I'm in currently, not being able to adjust what was approved in '06, but the design, the configuration of the units today is situated in a much better configuration, as well as bringing all the open space to one center of the project, which makes the project, in my opinion, looks more ethically pleasing to the eye. And for that, I will move for approval, subject to all staff conditions and amendments.
Okay,
As amended.
As amended.
That's for 93. Let's vote on 93, please. Opposed? Motion carries. 94, Councilman?
I would like to move for approval, subject to staff's conditions as amended.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we need to enter in on this item with regard to the open space.
Okay.
An additional condition that for each square foot of open space not provided to meet code, the applicant shall contribute to the city $4 per square foot for public park improvements within the area, and that this contribution must be made prior to approval of a final map.
Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please.
Okay, move for approval with the conditions.
Thank you. Opposed, please. Motion carries. And 95, please.
Okay. I would like to move for approval subject to all staff conditions.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, we just received this list from the applicant a few minutes ago, so with your indulgence, I'll read in the conditions as we've modified them so that they are ones that we can enforce.
Please do that.
Thank you. Condition number 5 shall be added, that applications for rezoning ZON 14356, variance 14880, and site development plan review 14352 shall be expunged. That's the previous application. That an 8-foot block wall along Roland Street of matching material and color to the existing block wall on the south property line shall be provided, and a 20-foot bermed buffer on the Roland side of the block wall shall include a double row of trees, block wall and landscaping on Roland and Cheyenne to be installed once grading is complete. Landscaping on Roland and Cheyenne will be permanently maintained in a satisfactory manner. A minimum of 6 36-inch box evergreen trees will be placed in the southeast corner of the site. There shall be no access from Roland Street allowed during construction of the project. Building height shall not exceed 33 feet. Building height shall not exceed 33 feet. And if I may, Councilman and Mayor, from the previous site plan, there's been a significant reduction in trees, and I would recommend for your consideration that the parking area provide 44 trees and the perimeter 163 trees as previously approved.
Are those agreeable terms?
Yes,
Agreed.
Very good.
Okay. Then I would like to move for approvals subject to staff's conditions.
Excuse me, Councilman and Mayor, before you vote, I guess that's also with the understanding about the no street lights condition Bart referenced?
Sorry?
About the no street lights that Bart referenced, that's also included in this item?
That was in item number 93. If you'd like to include it in 95 as well, we can.
It should be also be included there.
And,
So the same way he read it.
right.
All right, is that agreeable?
Yes. Yes.
Very good. Okay, got it all straight. Councilman Barlow made the motion.
Yes.
With all of the amendments there too. Let's vote, please. Host? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, 96 through 101 is trailed to the end of the session today, so we're going on to 102. 102 is RQR 21496. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is CBS Outdoor. The owner is WMC Roman numeral 3 Associates LLC. Required 1-year review of an approved rezoning, which approved one existing off-premise advertising billboard sign on property bounded by US 95, I-15, and Grand Central Parkway in Ward 5. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions.
Afternoon, Ryan Arnold, 3225-B South Rainbow, here today representing the applicant. First off, I'd like to thank Councilman Barlow's office for taking the time to hear us out and work with us on this item. Basically, with that said, I'm going to defer to you and how you'd like to take this.
Okay, thank you also for working with my office.
You bet.
And having spoken to staff on this particular item, what I would like to know from you is making the sign look more aesthetically pleasing, such as the signs near the Chelsea Outlet properties.
Right.
Is that something that you all can do, or would you do that?
I'm sure my client's very willing and interested in doing that, depending on what the circumstances are as far as our lease term. My only concern of saying absolutely would be the fact that we know the expansion is coming. Should that expansion be within the 2 or so years, 2 to 3 years time frame that we're all somewhat understanding at this point, it may be a concern for them. But I'd be more than willing to bring them in. We can talk about it. I just need to give them the ability to kind of amortize the cost of upgrading that sign over that time. Because if it's truly going to come down, as we're all looking at right now, I'm not sure it's a reasonable way to go for them.
Okay, because my condition will be to move, and Margaret, you can direct me. What I'm looking to do is I would like for the sign to remain up until the site plans of World Market moves forward to see what their plans are for this particular site. And looking at it, I don't see how, in fact, and I don't want to speak on behalf of World Market, but looking at the position of the sign, I don't see where, in fact, that will pose a problem for them in their expansions.
If I may, Mayor, the current proposed condition that has been carried over from others is that the off-premise advertising billboard sign shall be removed prior to the issuance of building permits for any new development on the site. It will require subsequent actions by the council with regard to site plans for new approvals on the site, which would occur prior to building permits. Okay. So you would still have the opportunity to review it and prior to any construction. The current proposal is to have another review of the billboard itself within 2 years. So that allows you 2 years regardless of whether or not a new project is proposed. If it is, then you would review it at that time and be able to revisit this condition. So I'm not sure that any changes are necessary from what's before you right now to accomplish what it is that you hope to do.
Okay, then my motion would be to allow this sign to remain in place for 2 years, a 2-year review, and then at that time we'll come back contingent upon World Market's position of their buildings, their next phase of buildings, and then we will address at that time the look of the billboard if in fact it's to stay.
That sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. So that will be my motion.
And you may wish to ask the applicant if he agrees to the conditions as proposed.
Asking the applicant, do you agree to
we do.
The recommendation?
All right.
Okay.
Before we vote on the motion, does anyone want to be heard? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Let's vote on the motion, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck.
you.
You're welcome. Okay. 103 is RQR 21507. This too will be a public hearing. The applicant is Lamar Advertising, the owner of Rock Springs Road LLC. Required 5-year review of an approved special use permit which allowed a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise advertising billboard sign at 1910 Rock Springs Drive in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Lazovich, 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, here today on behalf of Lamar. We held this for 2 additional weeks so that we could produce evidence of a building permit. We did have that, and unfortunately on our end, and we accept responsibility for that, I only forwarded it to your planning department and not to the building department. So I do want, just for the record, to give you copies of the building permits to your city clerk. Note for the record that I too will forward that over to Paul Wilkins. Again, I apologize to the planning department for not doing that 2 weeks ago. This particular billboard does meet all of the development standards, and it is oriented towards the freeway, and we think it's an appropriate site, so we would ask for your approval.
All right, Ms. Bridges? I have no need to see it if the councilwoman would like to. Okay, very good. All right, folks, public hearing? Anyone want to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I move for approval with requirement to obtain final and all necessary permits within 60 days, which appears they already have, but I do want to make sure all those are in. And I would like to make this a 3-year review due to the large vacant acreage upon which the sign is placed. I'm concerned about future development, but the move is for that approval for 3 years.
All right, let's vote on that, please.
And that would be just a change to condition number 1, to change from 2 to 3. Thank you.
All right, and of course you agree with that, Ms. Lesovich?
Yes, thank you.
Very good. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Mayor, if we could, just for the record, just to alert all the other billboard industry people out there that those notices from their engineer should go to Paul Wilkins first, be approved by him first, prior to the time that they come here to have it approved by you.
Very good, and I think you made that very clear. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
106 is ARC 22117. This will be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Centennial Riley Development. Council review of a request for a master sign plan and waivers of the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow one 50-foot high pylon advertising one tenant sign where 24 feet high advertising multiple tenants is required, to allow one wall sign to be located above the second floor window where below the second floor window is the height permitted, and to allow one monument sign to have 113.6 square feet area where 75 square feet is allowed by code for a proposed medical office building at the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Riley Street in Ward 6. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Bob Faline, 3625 South Polaris, representing the owner, Desert Orthopedic Center. In July 11th, it was brought forward, and we weren't aware of it till other than a couple of days prior to that. Councilman Ross had some issues with the pole sign that we were trying to review at the time. It was held in abeyance at that time. Michael Pendleton and Councilman Ross have met since then, spoke about adding signage to the back wall facing the freeway instead of the pole sign. I believe, I've been out the last week and a half, but I believe some type of design has been sent over to Councilman Ross for review. We've revised it, put it onto a color rendering, given some sizes, and brought it before you to review today.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the gentleman? All right, folks, it's a public hearing. If you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to confirm that you are removing the pylon sign as requested, and Director, you're aware of that?
So if I, Mayor and Councilman, so if I understand, the previous approval by the Architectural Review Committee allowed a pylon sign of 40 feet in height. My understanding, if I have it, is that there shall be no pylon sign.
Correct.
So that would be the change to the previous approval
Correct.
by this action.
Correct. And I think there's an adjustment to your parapet wall on the back side.
Correct. It was originally designed with no signage at the time.
And the drawing in the upper section of the monitor there is the new signage, Director. I just want to make sure you're aware of that. And make that part of the condition that they be allowed to do that. Raise the parapet wall and add additional signage to that backside next to the freeway.
So a new condition would read that building elevation fronting freeway shall be allowed parapet signage per plan submitted August 15th.
You're all right. Move for approvals, subject to conditions and as amended. And then to the applicant, is that condition okay with you?
That is okay.
That's my motion, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Items 107 and 108. 107 is GPA 22501. There'll be a public hearing. The applicant is Keller Williams Realty. The owner is Piccoli 1982 Trust. Request to amend a portion of the southwest sector plan of the general plan from SC Service Commercial to PF Public Facilities on 4.90 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Alta Drive and Wallapai Way. The correct application here, We Grow Inc., whatever that means. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Subject to conditions, going to be a public hearing. And 108 is SDR 22502. Same applicant, same owner, request for site development plan review for a 23,544 square foot private school primary on 4.90 acres adjacent to the northeast corner of Alta Drive and Wallapai Way. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Folks, got a lot of you out there.
Sure.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Cohen. Thank you for considering our project today. I'm the applicant owner of this project. We are planning to expand the Maryhill Schools community on this 4.9 acre site. We're planning a 23,544 square foot middle school with additional play fields on the site to service 280 children in grades 5 through 8. Currently, Maryhill has 4 preschools and 2 elementary schools in the Las Vegas Valley, which service 1,200 families. This middle school will provide continuity for all the Maryhill school families in the Las Vegas Valley. I know this school will be a wonderful addition to the Las Vegas community. And I'd like to introduce Pat Servino, who is the regional manager for the Maryhill Schools Nevada, and he'll address more of the operational issues.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Pat Servino. I'm regional manager for Nobel Learning Communities. You know us as Maryhill Schools here in Las Vegas and also in Henderson. We're a national public company with 160 schools in 13 states, and we have currently 6 schools in Las Vegas and Henderson, and we with another planned in the summer of 2008. And we are seeking other sites to serve our families of our current students. We are proposing what you see is a 23,500 square foot site that Carolyn spoke of, middle school, which will be attended by 6th grade through 8th grade students. And this is a continuum of our current elementary students, which we have 455 current students in elementary school. This school would serve 280 students from 6th, 7th, and 8th. And with this building, we plan to include a full gymnasium, a media center, plus soccer fields and basketball courts, along with providing support for the demand of private education. So as you can see from the drawings here, you can see the elevations as well as what we're actually proposing.
All right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Mr. Scott,
Yes, sir.
My wife is the founder and the president of the board, chief operating officer, I guess you would say, in the Meadow School, which is a private school. I don't believe there's any conflict, but I felt that I should disclose that to the record.
As long as you believe your independence of judgment isn't compromised and you're able to vote on this, Mayor.
Sure, she always says nice things about Maryhill, so why not?
We appreciate that.
Very good. Okay. Any member of the public would like to be heard? Be happy to hear from you. All right, we'll close the public hearing then, and this is Councilman Wilson for Ward 2.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. Ms. Cohen, thank you for coming in yesterday with your colleague and briefing me. Just a few questions, please. My question is actually for Margot, but she's not here. So, sir, maybe that's all right. That's right. Can you tell me the height of the building that you're proposing? Is it the gymnasium that's taller than the school itself?
Cheryl Felsky with Graham Downs Architects. The gymnasium is 34 feet. It is a taller part of the building. It's to get the clearance for the basketball. The major surrounding building is 24 feet.
Okay, thank you. And I have a question for Margot, please. Margot, I'm looking in my backup under pre-application meeting, and the entry for June 26th of this year, and it says a second meeting was held with the applicant to discuss traffic issues concerning throat depth and placement of parking stalls. The applicant was required to submit revised plans meeting the traffic standards. My question is, did they do that? Did you guys do that?
Yes, we did meet with them, and additional plans were submitted.
Okay, and do they meet with our traffic standards?
Yes, and I'm showing that, if you notice, in the conditions, we reference the site plan, which is dated 6/29, which follows that pre-app meeting. That is in your conditions.
Thank you. And the school that's currently on site is an elementary school that serves about 455 children.
Actually, on site is a preschool.
Oh, preschool.
Currently, yes.
And it services how many children?
Currently 130.
130. Where did I get the 455 number?
455 comes from our 2 elementary schools that we have.
But the school that's on site, the preschool, serves about
130.
And the proposed middle school will serve about 280. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. I've heard nothing but great things about this school since I've been out there, and I've been out there for almost 13 years now. So I think it's a great addition to this particular parcel and the community. So my motion will be for approval of 107 consistent with staff's conditions and the planning commission's recommendations.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
Same motion on 108.
Please vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, I request to recall 106. 106 is ARC 22117. The applicant owner, Centennial Riley Development. Council review of a request for a master sign plan and waivers of the Town Center Development Standards Manual to allow 150-foot high pylon advertising, one tenant sign with 24 feet high advertising multiple tenants is required, to allow one wall sign to be located above the second floor window, where below the second floor is the height permitted, and to allow one monument sign to have 113.6 square feet area, where 75 square feet is allowed by code for proposed medical office building on the northeast corner of Centennial Parkway and Riley Street. Councilor Ross.
Thank you, Your Honor. I neglected, Your Honor, to remove conditions 4 and 5 as directed by our planning director, Margot Wheeler. The applicant is not with us any longer, I believe, and I don't think this adversely affects him, so I make a motion to do so.
Okay, with the understanding that he'll be notified of the event.
Yes.
It is just to eliminate a conflict.
Okay, very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 109 is MOD 22589. The applicant owner is Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC. Request for major modification to the Kyle Canyon Development Standards and Design Guidelines to realign Iron Mountain Road between Wallapai Way and Grand Canyon Drive and add street cross sections. This is in Ward 6. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Council members, Mark Fiorentino representing the applicant.
Excuse me, I guess I have to call 110. Save you some time.
They are related.
110 is TMP 22586. Kyle Canyon Gateway, parent tentative map. Applicant owner Kyle Acquisition Group, LLC. Request for a tentative map for a 213-lot mixed-use subdivision on 1,712 acres generally located north of Grand Teton Drive, south of the Moccasin Road alignment between Schaumburg Road on the west and Fort Apache Road on the east. In Ward 6, the Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Maybe just a very brief description of what's in front of you, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions you have. This is the approved Kyle Master Plan. The original plan, as you'll see on Iron Mountain Road, had Iron Mountain extending east-west and connecting into the frontage road. What's essentially before you today is to change that alignment in a way that all of the engineers and everyone involved agree is a much better traffic solution, which is to swing Iron Mountain down so that it connects directly into Horse Drive. The reason for that, obviously, is people use this roadway. You want to have them have the cleanest and easiest access to Horse Drive. In the old configuration, they would have had to come here and make a series of turns before they could have gotten a horse. So it's a much better traffic situation. It is supported by an update to our traffic study and by your Public Works staff. They're going to suggest to you that we change on item 109, condition number 4. We accept that change, the condition that they have, and are going to read into the record. Before they do, though, I wanted to tell you again how awesome they are. As late as an hour ago, we were working on the language of that condition. This is very, very technical, and it's impacted by both our traffic study and our tentative map and our design standards. And they took a great deal of time to make sure they understand.
They being whom, Mr.
Your staff, your Public Works staff in particular.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson and the folks who work with him in your traffic control division. Took a great deal of time to make sure we understand what we were trying to accomplish and to get the language exactly right so we didn't have to bring this back from before you someday in the future. So we accept all of their conditions, including the one he's going to read into the record.
Mr. Anderson, was that in lieu of lunch?
Very close, sir.
All right, because there's some chicken out there for you.
Well, I appreciate that. If I may, then, at that, I'll read in the modification condition number 4 on item 109. This modification establishes Iron Mountain Road as a major arterial. The horizontal curve shall have a 45-mile-per-hour design speed. Dedicate the appropriate right-of-way on the parent final map to accommodate 3 travel lanes in each direction for the realignment of Iron Mountain Road between Wallapai Way and Horse Drive.
Right-of-way necessary for parking lanes where proposed shall be dedicated in addition to the travel lanes. Iron Mountain Road east of Wallapai Way shall be dedicated and constructed in accordance with roadway cross-section B5 of the approved tentative map, TMP 22586, with full dedications for turn lanes and bus turnouts in accordance with standard drawings number 201.1, 234.1, and 234.3. Cross-section B5, as approved in the design guidelines for Legato, is not approved for the proposed realignment of Iron Mountain Road as shown in Figure 6-1 herein. Any additional right-of-way acquired to accomplish dedication and construction of this cross-section shall be dedicated by the master developer so as not to require an excess of a 40-foot half-street dedication, with appropriate turn lanes from assessor's parcel number 12507601005, unless otherwise allowed by the city engineer. The southern leg of Grand Canyon Drive at the intersection with Horse Drive shall be modified to match the alignment and cross-section north of Horse Drive.
Thank you. Is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor, and I think, just to be clear, what we're doing is replacing existing condition number 4 with this language, and all of the other remaining conditions would be the same as they're shown in your backup.
And that is correct. Very good. All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Fiorentino? Folks, it's a public hearing if anyone would like to be heard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. This is not my neighborhood. This is a rather controversial project even now. Before we had a major world shift in the economy as regards subprime mortgages, et cetera, demand for housing, I thought this was an overly ambitious project. I continue to consider this an overly ambitious project. I doubt that it will be built. I doubt that their sales will be sufficient. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to be heard? All right, then I'll close the public hearing, and this is Councilman Ross's call.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval and as amended by our wonderful Mr. Anderson.
All right, I assume that's the motion on 109.
That's the motion on 109.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries at 110.
And likewise on 110, follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval, subject to all conditions.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right, we're going to call.
If you guys like to hear some stories about Mr. Anderson, I could enlighten you.
If I may, Mayor, I'd like to say Mr. Anderson is the very smallest part of the events here. The rest of the staff of Public Works deserves much more credit.
There's still some chicken for you. All right, I'm going to read 111 through 119, so bear with me. 111 is ZON 21991. The applicant owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas LLC. Request for rezoning from R1 Single Family Residential to C2 General Commercial, 1.21 acres at 602 Encanto Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 112 is WVR 19668. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a waiver of Title 18.12.130 to allow Encanto Drive to continue to end at a dead-end street where a cul-de-sac is required at 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 113 is VAR 19665. Applicant owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas LLC. Request for a variance to allow a 10-foot setback from a primary arterial street where 44 feet is the minimum setback required. To allow a front yard setback of 10 feet where 20 feet is required, and a side yard setback of 8.5 feet where 10 feet is required. To allow a residential adjacency setback of 66.42 feet to the fourth floor where 127.5 feet is the minimum setback required on the north side of the property for proposed expansion of an existing multi-family residential single-room occupancy establishment on 2.77 acres at 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive. The Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. 114 is VAR 19666. Same applicant owner requests for variance to allow 158 parking spaces where 394 is the minimum number of spaces required for proposed expansion of an existing multi-family residential single-room occupancy establishment and a social service provider on 2.77 acres at 525 East Bonanza. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 115 is SUP 19661, same applicant owner, request for a special use permit for a proposed expansion of a single-room occupancy residence at 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 116 is SUP 20052. The applicant is United States Veterans Initiative. The owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas, LLC. Request for special use permit for a proposed social service provider at 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 117 is SUP 20822. The applicant is United States Veterans Initiative. The owner is Koblenz Alexander and T. Living Trust. Request for a special use permit for a proposed social service provider at 610 Las Vegas Boulevard North. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 118 is VAC 19669. The applicant owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas, LLC. Petition to vacate the southern 101 feet of Encanto Drive, commencing approximately 97 feet south of the intersection of Encanto Drive and Wilson Avenue. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 119 is SDR 19659. The applicant owner is Cloudbreak Las Vegas, LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed expansion of existing multifamily residential single-room occupancy establishment on 2.77 acres at 525 East Bonanza Road and 602 Encanto Drive. There's a note here, C2, general commercial is requested, and waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer standard to allow a 1-foot wide buffer along a portion of the south property line where a 15-foot wide buffer is required, a 6-foot wide buffer along a portion of the east property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, a 3-foot wide buffer along a portion of the north property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required, and a 6-foot wide buffer along the west property line where an 8-foot wide buffer is required. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which I now declare open. These are all in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. And for those who are familiar with the property, it's known commonly as U.S. Vets. That's how we know it in the city of Las Vegas, and that's what we're talking about today. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councilmen and women. My name is Tim Cantwell. I'm a principal in Cloudbreak Development, Las Vegas. I'm assisted and also here are representatives Perlman Architects here in Las Vegas and Stephanie Buckley, who's with United States Veterans Initiative, the social service provider. This is a culmination of what's now been a 7-year pilgrimage in our first effort to acquire what was then the Meadows Inn. We've now successfully been able to install it as housing and services for United States veterans, United States military personnel honorably discharged or better from the military. We are pleased to say that we to date have served a little over 3,000 homeless veterans at that facility. Last year we were able to serve about 500. Over 200 were placed in employment with an average wage better than $10. I think it's $10.50 an hour. We have been in many years trying to plan an expansion of the housing element of this property. We had very big visions, and this vision is slightly scaled down from what we think your community actually fully needs, but it's the best that we can assemble at this moment in time. Currently, the support services are temporarily located over on the Las Vegas 610 address, and that's part of the subject of the use permit being requested. That's a separate property owner. That's the reason why that name there is different. That's designed to continue to be temporary until we can complete the support services adjunct to the existing building, at which time initiative will relocate, abandon that property, we'll give up that lease, and move into the permanent facility. We have spent a great deal of time working through the variety of issues. We have had a recommendation or suggestion that we consider the vacation of the alley to include an additional amenity, an emergency ingress and egress component. That has been designed and planned and is before you now. It would create a emergency exit way onto Encanto Street, but this would double up as a sports court, which we think would be a nice amenity to the veterans that reside there. The setback issues, just to touch on briefly, are really existing conditions, which I think we're making dramatically better. The building itself currently sits within the encroachment area, and were this property, this small piece of property here, not to be zoned to commercial to permit the residential use, we only have a 20-foot setback currently from that R1. What we're proposing is a 66-foot setback at the third-story element abutting the R1, doubling up we're going 24-inch box trees and doubling up those rows. Been requested to increase the height of the block wall from 6 feet to 8 feet where it would abut that R1 zone, and that's perfectly permissible to us. We're here to answer any questions you may have, and we accept all the conditions that are before us.
Okay, thank you very much. As I understand it, you're going to have a sort of a restaurant facility there?
Well, it'll provide meal service to the veterans that live there.
It won't be open to the public?
That's not our intention, no.
Okay. And did you contemplate hours for that service?
In our other facilities, generally we start up, breakfast starts about 6 in the morning and shuts down about 8, and then lunch is during the noon hour, and then dinner we fire up about 5:30 and close about 8.
All right, thank you. All right, are there any questions? Folks, it's a public hearing. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. This definitely is my neighborhood. It's kind of daunting and disturbing. If you talk to social workers that have been in the business for like 30 years, they'll say, really, none of the programs work. Just sometimes something happens. But with U.S. vets, a lot of times something great happens. A lot of these gentlemen are disabled in very severe and profound ways. I am not even a veteran, and I have received the benefit of their kindness and their hospitality. Whatever they want, please give it to them and more. It's a little bit complicated for me, but I'm entirely in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Would anyone else like to be heard? All right, folks, we'll close the public hearing then, and Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I had an opportunity to go out and sit with the representatives from the U.S. Vets, and also being on a conference call with Tim this week. And going on a tour of the site, I truly like what you all are doing and the services that you all provide for the veterans of this community. There are just a couple of concerns that we address, and I would like to go on record with those concerns. Starting off with the property to the north, I am in support of the rezoning of the parcel, and I know we talked about staff recommending the 6-foot height requirement of the block walls to the north of the property, whereas I would like for it to go up to 8 feet. But looking at the angle of the sunlight coming into the adjacent property to the north of you, I would like to revert back from my previous thoughts and maintain it at a 6-foot height as to go along with staff's recommendation. But in addition to that, the half-street improvements that you all will require or acquire, and the adjacent property that you all currently lease from, where their block wall currently exists to the west of you, there will be an alley that will be created if in fact you all remain in the middle of the street, if you will, as your proposal appears. I'm looking to see how we can work with you all or the adjacent property owner to take the entire street to prevent an alley from taking place at this particular location. Being that you all are turning this complete development around and making it look very beautiful, the last thing I want is to create an alley for a future encampment. So for that, I've asked, I had a conversation with our Public Works Department to see how in fact we can work through that issue to alleviate the possibility of an alley. So Bart, if you will please chime in and share with the applicant what we're looking to do in regards to that.
Yes, Councilman and Mayor. The concern is that when you vacate the Encanto street right-of-way, only half of it, 30 feet east half, would reattach to the applicant's property. The 30-foot west half would reattach to the property to the west, which they do not own. And so the concern is that if they redevelop their half, the other half may just stay as essentially what looked like half of a street and be private property not maintained by the city. It would become a de facto alleyway. And so we've recommended a modification to condition number 16, which would make the applicant, number 16 of item 119, I apologize, the site plan review, which would make the applicant responsible to make sure that that alley situation does not happen. I would suggest that based on the site plan that they've presented today, the proposal to use it as an emergency access, while that wouldn't be precluded from this, it looks like their proposal uses the full width of the street. And again, they won't control the full width or own the full width, so they may need to modify what they've shown you today to accommodate that. With that said, I'd like to recommend condition number 16 of item 119 SDR 19659 be modified to read as follows. A petition of vacation such as VAC 19669 shall be recorded for the full width of Encanto Drive adjacent to assessor's parcel number 13927812017 prior to the issuance of any permits for this site or the recordation of a map, whichever may occur first. Any improvements required as a result of the vacation, including relocation of the existing block wall along the western edge of Encanto Drive, shall be included in the construction drawings and shall be constructed concurrent with development of this site. In addition, a waiver of Title 18.12.130, such as WVR 19668, shall be approved to allow Encanto Drive to terminate with a dead end prior to the issuance of any permits for this site. If a vacation and/or waiver are not approved, dedication and construction of a cul-de-sac meeting current city standards at the end of Encanto Drive will be required concurrent with development, and a revised site plan shall be submitted to the city reflecting these improvements.
Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Okay, also, because your site plan does state, and I know from our previous conversations what I was looking to do initially, but staff informed me that what will have to take place is that the adjacent property owner you have to work with the adjacent property owner to make this happen. So is that something that you all can do to make sure that this alley isn't created?
Yes, I believe that we would work to make sure that alley is not created, regardless of your putting a condition on it, because that's not in our best interest either. We loved the idea of being able to pick up the other half of the alley. I'm not surprised that that would have to be done in conjoint with the adjacent property owner. We'll work to have that conversation with them. If we can't, then we step back to the site plan that was approved by the Planning Commission and see to it as part of our requirements that that block wall is moved. And I think that's what the Planning Commission was expecting of us.
Okay. And speaking on the cul-de-sac, currently on the site plan we have the half moon. So if in fact this isn't approved, then the full cul-de-sac, Bart, will have to come through?
Well, item 112 is a waiver to allow the dead-end street instead of a cul-de-sac. So if you approve item 112 today, then they will be allowed to terminate it as they show.
Okay, as they show. Okay, great.
All right.
Then for agenda item 111, I would like to move for approval subject to all staff's conditions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And for item 112, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. And item 113, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And for item 114, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. And item 115, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
And item 116, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
As amended.
As amended.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries.
I'm sorry? Okay, that's what I have here. Okay. Item 117, I'd like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
Item 118, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And for item 119, I would like to move for approval, subject to all staff's conditions as amended.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed?
Thank you.
Motion carries. And good news is, this afternoon at 5 o'clock, I'm going to have a U.S. vet up at my office. He's in his 80s. He's got 5 Purple Hearts.
Wow.
And he's going to get married up there.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Right.
That's
and that's what I was worried about. When the Mayor Pro Tem said that may be another Purple Heart. But
Thank you guys.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure it's not.
Thank you.
Okay. 120, 121, and 122. 120 is ZON 22673. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is Cardinal Global Holding Corp. and HR Heritage LLC. Request for rezoning from R2, medium-low density residential, to R3, medium-density residential on 1.97 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 570 feet west of Nellis Boulevard in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 121 is VAR 22675. Same applicant, same owner. Request for a variance to allow a 22-foot residential adjacency setback where 75 feet is required for a proposed two-story, 32-unit multi-family residential development on 1.97 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 570 feet west of Nellis Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. And 122 is SDR 22674. The applicant owners are Cardinal Global Holding Corp. and HR Heritage LLC. Request for site development plan review for proposed two-story, 32-unit multi-family residential development on 1.97 acres on the south side of Owens Avenue, approximately 570 feet west of Nellis Boulevard. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are all public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Your Honor and council members. John Vornsan, 2564 Wigwam Parkway, representing the application. The applicant is proposing a 32-unit apartment complex on this parcel at an overall density of 16.2 dwelling units per gross acre. All the units are proposed as two-bedroom, two-bathroom units at 1,130 square feet of living space per unit. In the front, we have a 65-foot front setback on the central building with an 80-foot setback on the westernmost building. That creates a pleasant or pleasing streetscape along Owens Avenue. Also, they are proposing a ramada with a seating area, a barbecue behind the mail and laundry room within the central area here. We are also proposing, as indicated by the variance, a 22-foot rear setback. The owner of the vacant RE property to the rear came forward at the Planning Commission meeting in protest to that setback. In the motion, the Planning Commission directed us to meet with that owner and devise some type of window treatments and otherwise buffer that setback area. We met with the owner of that property. We proposed to him an intense landscape buffer along the rear with 36-inch box trees staggered 15 feet on center across the entire rear property line. Also, we are proposing awnings on the buildings themselves, which help buffer the second floor windows. This would be an elevation of the buildings without the buffer, and on the bottom of the screen here would be an elevation with the buffer. And as you can see, there are very few inches of window that people could actually see. These are bedroom windows, and there's 4 windows facing each. However, we also offered, I should indicate, an 8-foot high block wall, if that's allowed, as opposed to the 6-foot wall along that property line. The protester still wants a larger setback, so we have had to agree to disagree. However, we respectfully ask that you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation of approval. I'm glad to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? I have one. I don't know what a ramada is.
Ramada is a covered area in the back here. It will be a roofed area that will have seating, kind of like little picnic area or seating areas underneath that ramada area. It's what the architect calls a ramada.
Oh, okay. What do we call it?
An accessory structure.
As a gazebo.
Gazebo.
Okay.
Same thing.
All right. Okay, any other questions? All right, folks, public hearing, be happy to hear from you. Please tell us your name before you begin.
My name is Linan Liao, also called Tom Liao. I live at the 7697 Keeling Circle, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm the owner of the property adjacent to the south side of the property, which requests for a variance from 75 feet setback to 22 feet setback. I'm going to state my opinion in point by point. Number one, I oppose this variance. I will support a variance from 75 feet setback to 30 feet setback. 2, I attended the last meeting hearing on the July 12, 2007. I expressed my concern of the great impact of the apartment. This is an apartment, not a condo. Of the apartment complex on my property. It's a RE zone. Number 3 is this is a realtor called me to Mr. Bucket Architect Office on August 8, 2007. The realtor, architect, and I, and Mr. John Wilson, and I attend the meeting. In this meeting, all they did is trying to convince me to accept their plan, and they will plant more tree, with more tree, and then with the option to raise the block wall from 6 feet to 8 feet. I expressed to them all I request is 8 feet more setback to reduce the impact. Also a major power line passing through the backyard between my property and their property. They never mention about it. The major power line is passing the whole community. It's 35 feet to 40 feet. It's the post, and all the wire line is right in the middle. Okay, so with 22 feet and 9 row setback, the tree will have a large impact on the power line without adequate easement. The power line has a negative health impact to the resident of the 2-story apartment if space is so close. And also, if any storm come out or any gas wind come, if power line break, maybe the power line will go to the apartment roof. In this meeting with them, my concern did not get any consideration. The length of the property is 300 feet. A simple slight rearrangement of the plan to increase 8 feet more setback shall not be a difficult case for the architect to do it. So I sincerely plead the commissioner freeze this variance or take 30 feet.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to be heard? Would you like to address the concerns there?
Yeah, very briefly. Unfortunately, we can't, we've had the architect look at it, and we cannot move the buildings forward on the property without changing the entire project. The buildings would have to be moved within 20 feet of Owens Avenue, basically squared off, as opposed to the layout we have presently, and the parking lot would have to be placed along the entire rear property line here, which we feel would actually probably be more detrimental. The architect also indicates because of the turning radii and necessary fire department access around these buildings, that the units would have to be made slightly smaller, and that would change the mix from all 2-bedroom, 2-bath to 1- and 2-bedroom units, which would basically change, we feel, the character of the project. This development reflects what is probably the first residential units to be built within this area in almost 20 years. We feel that this is a well-designed project that will help revitalize and breathe life into this area, into the neighborhood. And again, we respectfully ask that you follow the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
All right, thank you.
And that, of course, would be with the additional buffers.
All right. Anybody else like to be heard?
Mr. Mayor, could I ask a question?
Certainly.
You said that, my understanding is that Planning Commission, they had asked you to go back and talk with the neighbor, right?
That's correct.
And they gave their approval with the understanding that you would do that.
Yes,
But they didn't know what the result would be.
that's correct.
So they weren't sure.
Yes, they asked us to look at the window treatment and more intense buffers such as the landscape.
And I understanding correctly that this is a 9-foot difference? He's asking 30, you say you need just 22?
We're at 22,
8-foot difference.
and he would like to see 30. However, that 8-foot distance, the property, although built at 16-point dwelling units per acre, is very tight because of the necessary turning radii and fire department access to these units. So if we have to move this 8 feet forward, we cannot close this up 8 feet, can't move it just simply forward 8 feet. It would, literally, we would have to look at the entire back of the property being a parking lot, because it's the only way we can fit the parking in and the buildings with the proper design standards, turning radii for fire department and so on. We've taken a look at it to see if we could move the entire units forward and still keep with a 2-bedroom, 2-bath scenario.
But if you had some of them that weren't 2-bedroom, 2-bath, you could do it.
If we had to go to a mix of 1- and 2-bedroom, that would change our target market, but certainly we would probably wind up pushing these buildings up toward the front to within 20 feet of Owens and opening up the back and placing a parking lot in the rear.
Thank you. Pro Tem?
Thank you, Your Honor. Van Buren Street is a street that has RE property. It's one of the last REs in Ward 3. But fortunately or unfortunately, what we have along Van Buren is many horse properties. This property that's to the south of the applicant's property is vacant. We have no plans before us. We're not impacting anything there, and to argue over 8 feet to me is ridiculous. If it was if he was wanting the full 75 feet, then I think we could sit down and talk about it. But when we're talking about 8 feet with nothing there, and to the west you have horse stalls, I don't know what we're going to be impacting here. So I think it's a very good project. We have in the county, we have a lot of apartments. There is a huge need for, to me, rental properties, especially at this caliber. I think it's going to be an addition to this part of Las Vegas. It's about 150 feet from Nellis. We have a lot of airmen looking for places to live. I think it's a definite fit. I met with the applicant. I asked him if he could He showed me what they would have to do. I didn't feel like that for 8 feet we could make them change the whole plans, because I think this here works very nicely. I'm not even sure I would even force them to put in the other buffering. I can go along with the 36 buffers, 36-inch trees, but I think we just need to have a single row, not a staggered row. And that's my feelings on it, Your Honor.
Very good.
So
Your
with
Honor,
that,
could I just ask a question, Councilman Reese?
Yeah.
Could you show me, on the subject property that's in our backup, could someone just show me where this gentleman's house is located?
he don't live there.
He doesn't live there.
Oh, he doesn't live there, so
No.
that's what I'm not understanding.
It's vacant land.
Yeah, this is the subject
Oh.
property. This is the vacant land behind that he owns.
Okay, is he owning the vacant land then?
Yes.
Oh, I
And to the west, you have many, many horse properties. You got stalls and horse manure, and
Okay.
so I don't
Horse
know
manure?
I don't know what we're buffering here.
And I might point out, directly to our west, there is a fourplex development with a 20-foot rear setback, and that's directly adjacent to our west here.
All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. May I have the motion, please?
Yes, Your Honor. On item 120, I'll make a motion for approval of the zone change with all staff conditions.
All right, let's vote. Opposed?
Can I have another speaker?
And on the
Answer his question.
Motion carries. No, not now.
on the variance 22,675 for the setback 22 foot, I can't see why we should make it any different. I think that the 22 foot is very sufficient, and on the condition where he's agreed on the new site plan to stagger the buffering, I think because of the power poles, I think just one row would be good, and maybe 36-inch streets with 20-foot separations. And again, I'd like to have the window bufferings, the awnings on the back windows. And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion for approval with those changes.
Are those conditions agreeable?
Yes, they are.
All right, let's vote.
Actually, those changes.
Yeah.
Those changes probably should take place on the site development plan
Okay.
review.
Yes.
Let's vote,
And
please.
on,
Opposed?
Can I answer his question?
Motion carries. Well, I'll let you be heard. Come on up, sir. Let him be.
Number one, I'm not a deep over there. I buy the land, I try to make a cul-de-sac. I can build 4 lots over there. Each one still meet the RE requirement. Have a small cul-de-sac come in. Okay, so this cannot say, I'm not a deep over there. Then I have no influence to me, because that's my project. And I'm going to do a 4 lots cul-de-sac, and I come in with half-acre lot still RE. Second, I'm going to answer his question. He talk about the plan cannot be changed. Let's show up this plan. Okay, number 2. Several times I really talked to the realtor. She is the owner. Also, I talked to Mr. Jiang. I talked to architect. Hey, this plan it can be kind of rearranged and it can be perfect. As a professional, well, I should just let you know I have an architect degree. I have an advanced degree in civil engineering. I'm practicing civil engineering in town 30 years. And don't tell me I don't know nothing and there's no impact. And then the power line between the building and the power line is only 22 feet. On this plan, the tree exactly right 2 feet from the wall, and say in the future the tree grow up, the underground water only 13 feet, the tree will keep growing to become too huge. And don't tell me, that it's not fair to tell me it's no impact at all for the power line. So I just, this is the first time I come to the hearing, but I like to express my opinion, see the commissioner can reconsider this, And this is the first time I'm here, not like John here, 100th time, okay? Please.
Thank you. All right, item 122, please.
yes, Your Honor. Director Wheeler, on this site, they could build a 2-story, 35-foot building, right?
Yes, sir.
Sir, what is the height of your buildings?
They are at 27 feet, and that would be to the top of the decorative roof line. 27 feet to the top of this roof line.
So, and they go in there and they build a two-story house. Your Honor, again, on the item 122, the site development review, 22674, I make a motion to for approval, following Planning Commission's recommendation. And again, I would ask that they put a tree line back there, 36-inch box trees on 20-foot centers, and with the coverings on the windows,
The awnings.
on the covers.
That's agreeable.
And if I may, just to clarify some other points, that would be, we would delete condition 4, that's no longer necessary because they have met with the neighbors. Condition number 3 would be changed to indicate that the plans are pursuant to those submitted 8/14/07, except as amended herein, as you have done so, Mayor Pro Tem.
Absolutely, yes.
All right, let's vote. Opposed, please. No, not now. Motion carries.
Thank you and good afternoon.
126 is VAR 21621. The applicant owner is Larry Buchanan. The appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for variance to allow 0-foot side and rear yard setbacks for an existing garage, Class 2 accessory structure where 3-foot setbacks are the minimum required, and to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback for an existing carport, Class 2 accessory structure where 3-foot setback is the minimum required, and to allow the total floor area of all accessory structures to be 202% of the floor area of the principal dwelling unit on the lot where 50% is the maximum allowed for all existing accessory structures, Class 2, 1.47 acres at 715 Clarkway Drive in Ward 5. The applicant requests that the item was held in abeyance. The record should reflect that. Councilman Barlow indicated that we were going forward, which we are today. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. It's a public hearing, which I now declare open. Is the applicant here?
Mayor, just for the record, I had an extensive conversation with Mr. Buchanan over lunch today, and he informed me that he would not be here. I did express to him my position as to which direction I would be voting, and he was clear of that, not necessarily agreeing, but he was clear, and for that, we will be moving forward with this item.
Very
and
good.
he also informed me that he would not be here.
Okay, so there's no one speaking for the applicant. It's a public hearing, folks. I now declare it open. Gentlemen, state your name before you speak.
My name is Tom DeMarco. I live at 651 Clarkway Drive, and that property is adjacent to the one that we're discussing. Have some documentation here I'd like to share with you. You have those records in front of you. I'll read Mr. Buchanan's request to extend. He already had 1 month extension, and now he's asking for 2 more months, and he gives no reason why the extension is for 2 months. I have here this is a survey that was done of a access road that's 25 by 300 feet. This is my property here. This is a structure which he calls a garage that he did construct. And as you notice, the Planning Commission was unanimous, 5-0. They denied it. Staff denied it. It doesn't meet code, doesn't meet permits. And this survey shows that even existing chain link fence he has there is encroaching upon this access road, which is property that belongs to myself and my wife. So he's violated several ordinances, and by all rights that should come down. As far as the property rights of this access road, this is dated December 22nd, 1998. It's an order from Judge Sally Lohr, quoting, "It is hereby ordered that defendants DeMarco be granted their real property legal rights to take possession and control of the access road in question in this case, enabling them to enforce any trespassing on said property." And the reason this came about is Mr. Buchanan, an affidavit that he had submitted on December 4th, 1998, states that he operates a business there. It was approved by inspectors and code enforcement. He states this driveway, meaning this here, because we took legal action against him, is a necessity for my livelihood, and that I will continue to make a living, that he needed to have access. So he indicates that he was operating, we making a living in the back of my home as a paint and body repair man. This has been approved by the city and the city inspectors. Well, the city came back on December 7th, 1998, quote, Larry Eugene Buchanan sworn affidavit dated December 4th, 1998, stating, I also make my living in the back of my home as paint and body repairman. This has been approved by the city and the city inspectors and code enforcement. It is inaccurate. This division, neighborhood response, code enforcement, has never approved nor will ever approve the operation of a commercial auto body and paint shop repair in an RE zone. And that was from Orlando Sanchez, manager. That was in 1998. Gentlemen and ladies, we've been fighting this for 10 years now, and finally Judgment Day is here, hopefully. The city has done nothing to stop this guy from operating. As a result, there's a lawsuit against him by Frank Hawkins Jr., case number A501734, for him selling an automobile without a title. There's a complaint by a Deborah Kaprosky, dated January 6, 2006, to the business license complaint. I enclosed and see my complaint against Larry Buchanan, DBA, Larry's Auto Body, place of business, 715 Clarkway Drive, which is this address. This gentleman has unethical business practices as well as not being licensed. And she goes on to states the reason. And he took them for $5,000, and they've never got it back. So they had to finally file a lawsuit. Case number A519400, dated March 27, 2006, which they sued Mr. Buchanan for the work that he failed to do. I could go in more detail. Here's a small claims dated April 20th, 2007, by Mr. Larry Carreri. $5,000. He overcharged for auto repair services and to provide and restore my 1985 Nissan 300Z. And he submitted a demand letter to Larry, or Mr. Buchanan. You kept my car for over 5 months and were paid $7,600, completely restored my car, which he never did.
I think we're going a little bit far from what we're...
Well, the point I'm making, Mayor, is here's a residential home that the gentleman's never lived in. He rents it out, and he surrounded his home with garages. This is one more garage. None of the garages are permitted. None of the code. We finally found out at the Planning Commission, a little bit before that code enforcement has a mole. He has a mole there.
That's a what?
A mole. In other words, we would complain to code enforcement, and code enforcement would not enforce it.
Oh, I see.
They'll let him get away with this for 10 years. The assistant city attorney is aware of that because a code enforcement employee came up in that planning committee as counsel for Mr. Buchanan, and he unannounced himself, and it was an inappropriate action and definitely a conflict of interest. It's all on tape, and I can give you a tape of that.
Okay, I'll take the tape.
Huh?
I'll take the tape.
I forgot to bring it to your office. So the point is, it's right next to my house.
Okay.
And the city will not shut this guy down. And you see what he's doing to citizens of this city, taking money from them and business. So anyway, we like to see you sustain the denial by the Planning Commission and get this thing torn down and hopefully get this guy stopped from operating.
All right. Get the tape up to me, please.
Okay, one more thing. This is from the city, code enforcement given to our neighbor, an Hispanic family that has created no problems on the street, telling them to immediately cease all business activity from this address. So they get this from code, and the other neighbor that speaks English better called code enforcement, said, what's going on here? And just ignore that. That was a mistake. So they can make a mistake and put fear into this Hispanic family that's doing nothing, but, and just,
Okay, I have
you
to
know.
be careful going beyond the open meeting.
All right.
I really do. All right,
Thank you, gentlemen, for your time.
You're welcome. Did you want to be heard, sir? Yes. Try to keep it on the...
My name is Elwin Slack,
on the
and I
agenda
live...
item here. I don't want to cut you off. Try to keep it on the agenda item.
That's what I'm going to do. Okay, first of all, this covers several areas. First of all, when we went to redevelopment area, we was promised this kind of crap wouldn't go. We'd already been fighting it for 8 years. Okay, secondly, I'm going to show you a map here. I'm sorry. Let me get my glasses on here. This is Parkway Drive right here. This is the let's see, where am I? This is the lot we're looking at right here. There's 2 lots, here and here. Had the same address for a lot of years. This is the access that Tom owns that we're talking about. Tom lives here, I live right here. Okay? This all originated about 9 years ago. He came in, he built this garage without permits. I called in the building department. Building department says it's okay, he can build within 3 feet. No permits on that garage because he didn't put a concrete slab in it. Okay, no footings. He built it on 4x4s and built the thing up. We complained, it's built within 3 feet of the wall. Now, I'm a general contractor. A detached garage can go, if it's 10 feet from the house, can be built within 5 feet of the property lines, back and rear. The 3-foot easement comes from the overhang. Doesn't come from wall to wall. He built this within 5 feet. You can see the top of this shed.
Nope, there, you got to put it in the center, please.
Okay, you can see the top of this shed right here. There's this other piece of property now has been sold. It's going to be coming to you within a couple of weeks on another problem, because he's bought it. And we've negotiated, so he's been doing good for us. And Councilman Barlow understands this. So I'm not even going to get into that piece of property. Other than that problem was from this guy, building without permits. Okay? Secondly, here's an overhead. This was the original property right here. This was originally a riding arena here, and these were horse stalls. Just flat roof horse, open hall horse stalls. There was a tack room here. The wind came blowing through this town. He came in and built this big shed. Again, we called code enforcement. Code enforcement didn't do a thing about it. Okay? He came in and built this big shed, no permits, nothing. Then he got another permit for a garage. He came over here and built a little garage right here, which was attached to this house on property line. Code enforcement was called. They went out. They made him put it back 5 feet. So he knew he had to keep it back 5 feet. He tried to build it without, again, concrete. So they came in and made him pour concrete, but they never put new fittings in it, no inspections, all the way through it, no final. But he did pull an inspection for the permit for that garage. He attached it to this whole house, which is on property line, okay, which is illegal. But he went in and tore that out and made it part of the garage. No permits, okay. Then he got a shed permit. Well, first of all, when he bought this, he went in and put a little 2x2 lattice work patio. Only lasted 2 years and fell down. So he started to build a patio, we called. He went down and got a permit to put a shed on this house. It's a room addition. Again, he pulled a permit for that shed. No inspections, no finals, all the way through it. So then he comes back and he starts building this thing. I'm sorry, right? Right here, he's put a big garage. It looks like a 2-story house. Okay? He told me he's going to put a tough shit in. When he went in there, he just simply leveled the ground, put 2x4s, and built this humongous house. It's a garage. Okay? In the meantime, he went in and gutted that house and made it one garage. Then he's opened it up and made it all garage, even into the new area. We fought code enforcement. We finally got your head inspectors to come out there, and they said they'd red tag it. That it's not built to code. They dropped 4x4s in concrete and cemented them in. They didn't build them up like code requires. Put the footing, put the brackets, bring them above ground. There's no hold downs, there's no footings, there's nothing in this thing. And we've been fighting this guy all this time with all these things, and code enforcement won't do a thing about it. Okay?
Yep.
And it all originated back with Pam. When Pam was the street and code enforcement, she's the one we had to deal with. Then she was moved up the ladder. Now, I've done remodel jobs for code enforcement staff. And I tell them on what's going on, they say, oh, no, it won't happen, it won't happen. I'll go back to the office and I'll make sure it's not them. They'll call me back and say, you're right. Somebody's hiding it. I call down there and make a complaint about him, and they'll say we can't do anything because Pam put a close on the complaint. She closed the complaint, so they can't do anything to it now. Okay? And this is what we've been fighting for 10 years with code enforcement.
Okay, well, maybe it comes to an end today.
Okay? But I wanted to show you something else.
But I got to limit you to to 715 Clark Way Drive.
Okay, this one I'm going to show you.
Around the place, but
I'm going to show you right here.
I'm going to be in violation of the open meeting law, and I don't want to do that. That's
I'm
what I'm saying.
I'm going to show you right there.
That's
715 Clark Way.
Now we're talking.
Okay? Look at the traffic. That's the traffic I get. Now, another thing that was happening, 715 Clark Way Drive, we were standing there. I had Pam sitting there talking to me. And I says, Pam, there's not supposed to be the traffic coming in and out here. And she says, well, I can't tell you if they're friends or who they are. I said, Pam, how many cars have been in and out there in the last 15 minutes? 30? While she was standing there, I bet there was 30 cars came in and out of there. So then traffic got down. Ever since then, if we make a complaint, code enforcement comes out, gives him 3 days to clean it up. He cleans it up, they come out and take their pictures, there's not a car around it. 2 days later, there's 30 cars back over there. And these are some of the pictures that I took. Okay, there's one with all the traffic. This car has been sitting there since January. He has a car hauler that sits in front 3 weeks out of the month. Okay, when we met with Reese's in Reese's office, they told us, code enforcement told us, that the district attorney said he could keep that trailer there and he could keep that car there. But you go to your code enforcement, your code law, your codes, and that's all illegal. He's not even supposed to have a car there without living there. He's never lived there. Okay? Here's some of the pictures that I deal with, and this is in front of my door. There's auto parts coming in on his car. That car's been sitting there since January. He doesn't work on old Chevys. He says he builds on old Chevys. Okay? He's got lawsuits with every other kind of car there is. Okay? Here's another car that's not a Chevy. Okay? Here's what he does. He comes in early in the morning, brings these cars in, hauls them out on the car trailer. Okay? Then he comes in, because you know what's taking pictures, so he throws the cars across so I can't take pictures of his work. Okay? There's more pictures. Here's more pictures. Here's more pictures. I've got over 200 pictures of these different cars coming and going. And these are all cars that he works on. Okay? There's the car hauler trailer that's sitting in front. And there's the car hauler with the motor on it, so he rebuilds motors. There's another one with the motor on it. And this is right at Clarkway Drive, where they block off Clarkway Drive. They don't pull all the way back in. They just come in and block it. Here's another one. Right on Clarkway, right across my street. I can't even get in my driveway half the time. And this has been going on for 9 years. Okay? And I just want to let you, that's why I'm a little bit upset.
And I hate to see you so upset over this.
Okay? But this has gone on for 9 years, and we
Okay,
tried everything we know how to do.
But I don't want you to get sick over this.
Okay? So that's all I got to say. You can see what we've been up against.
Right, but I don't want you to get sick over this.
All right.
I worried about you there. It's not working. It's not working. Let us take care of it, and we'll look into it. It's a
All right.
first that we've heard about.
Thank
it
you.
in the county.
Your Honor, just a question. It's not about to get sick over it. It's a matter, this is how confidence in government,
I understand.
just
but,
wanes.
The gentleman was very excited. And,
Well, we both are. I
Okay,
mean-
but you didn't show it as much.
Mr. Marcus had a lot of practice.
No, I'm kidding.
Right.
No, I understand. All right, let us
Thank
take care
you.
of it.
All right.
You know, if I could, if I can, Mr. Barlow, this was in my ward. I did work with Orlando on this property for many, I went out there probably 3 or 4 different times. I could never meet I never ever met Mr. Buchanan out there on the site. It's probably worse than what the pictures depict. It's a terrible piece of property. When I've was when we redistrict, I lost that area. I still worked with the gentleman out in the audience, and they're not exaggerating at all in what we see here. And I just wish Mr. Buchanan was here today, because I had an earful for him today, too. When I went out there, the people I got to talk to told me that he is a connoisseur of older vehicles, and he likes to rebuild them and redo them, restore them. He had these stalls they was talking about. He had these old cars in there that hadn't been touched probably for 30 years. He had one or two of those. But again, it's just a terrible, terrible nuisance that these people have had to put up with. And to me, whatever we can do, and again, Orlando knows. I worked with him. Orlando I met out there probably 2 or 3 different times. We looked at it, and you go out there and you cite him, and he just
the way I look at it is, Orlando, you're sort of the troubleshooter on something like this. I mean, the gentleman, they say that the guy basically is a scofflaw. I don't know whether he is or isn't. I accept their representations today, and I accept what the Mayor Pro Tem has said. So I want to check on. I don't want people to say we can't do it. We could do whatever's right.
Mayor, if I can get the information from the gentleman, that would help us in the case. I appreciate
But don't get excited when you talk to him. Talk to him nice, gently, and then I'll feel good.
Mayor.
And he's going to listen to you, but be kind to yourself. Thank you. Okay.
Mayor, if I could, if that gentleman would mind maybe placing some of those pictures that he showed you on the dais, putting those into the record.
Do you have extra pictures? If we put those in the record, why don't you, if you'd be kind enough to put those in the record with the clerk?
Thank you.
Okay. If you do that now, so we could get it on the record, I'd appreciate it.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
The background in your staff report, page 2, lists a variety of permits that are open or expired and active business license and other cases on the property, and that is background provided on this matter.
No, I appreciate that. I just want Mr. Sanchez to look into this, and as they say, let's put it to rest.
And Mr. Mayor, I just
Yes.
want to ask a question, because we have several of these in my ward that are like this with the car repairs. And could I just ask a couple of questions? Is it legal to do this type of operation in a residential area?
It is not a permitted home occupancy license.
The problem we've had is that code enforcement has gone out, but they can't really prove. So is there something that can help us in tightening up so we can prove this better? I mean, suppose you have a business in a residential area, just like these gentlemen said, and you have 10, 15 people show up every morning and then drive in their cars and then drive their trucks out.
It is difficult, Councilwoman, but I'm sure that Mr. Sanchez can work with the Neighborhood Services Code Enforcement folks, and they can continue enforcement activity.
Well, then, Mr. Sanchez, is it all right if when we have these problems in our area and we've had some difficulties, we can go to you also? Is there a limit on the number of garages, Margot, that we can have on a property?
Again, Mayor and Councilwoman, by building permit, they have within the property, you can build garages, and as you know, sometimes we have accessory structures where they want to store vehicles that are over height, but if they meet code requirements, they can have garages on site, but that does not allow them to take in vehicles for repair for commercial purposes.
What if they just had it for storage and they had 6 garages for storage?
If they can meet that on their own property and those are their own vehicles, there is no use prohibition of that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, folks, public hearing. I'll close it if nobody else wants to be heard. All right, seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I had a conversation with the applicant, as I mentioned earlier, and I expressed to him my concerns dating back to the history of 1998 with multiple complaints and code violations that were addressed specifically to this address, from painting vehicles inside of the illegal structure to auto body repair, building the illegal structure, and the neighbors for quite some time, even as I served as a council liaison, working on trying to rectify the issues for the neighbors on this street. I will be moving and ask that the council support me to have this property condemned within the next 90 days to really put an end to this 10-year problem in this neighborhood. And so for that, my recommendation will be to follow all staff's recommendations at this time.
Okay, very good. Let's vote on one.
That would be for denial.
Yes, denial on 126.
And Councilman, does that indicate that you want to give the applicant 90 days to clear the property of these issues? Or,
Yes,
okay.
yes, that means I would like for the applicant, Mr. Larry Buchanan, to clear the property within 90 days of all issues, and ask that code enforcement as well as the building department work with my office to make sure that we remain timely as we move forward to address this 10-year problem.
All
And
right.
that will be my motion.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, 128 is SUP 22151. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Cricket Communications, the owner Cheyenne Storage Depot LLC. Request for special use permit to extend an existing 80-foot wireless communication facility to 100 feet at 8650 West Cheyenne Avenue in Ward 4. The Planning Commission had no recommendation. This is a public hearing which is now open. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, council members. Jason Freyer, 1181 Greer on behalf of the applicant, Cricket Communications. Just to give you a little bit of background on this, when we first began this project back in March, we looked at several different co-location opportunities. There are 3 different poles in this area that we potentially looked at. One was in the Nevada Power Substation. It, excuse me, picture of it here, is approximately about 45 feet tall. In order to use this, we would have to extend it, and extend it probably 30 to 35 feet. That deemed not very possible, considering that it was nearly 255 feet from the nearest residence to the south. So we abandoned that. Next, we looked at a tower that is just west of our current project. It is a T-Mobile tower. However, we have no available ground space. There is just no space for the supporting equipment, which brings us back to the project. The project is located on C1. As you can tell from the site plan, it is located all the way in the back of the storage unit. We have available excuse me, space for our equipment and storage unit just to the south. As you can see, it is over 430 feet from the nearest residence to the south. And at first we did come in for a 20-foot extension. We had learned just last week that the other carrier, this pole potentially had 3 additional carriers looking to co-locate it on it at the same time. The other carrier on the extension has pulled its project, Clearwire Communications. We have sent new plans to staff last week with photo simulations, asking now for an 8-foot extension. We didn't feel it was good planning or made good sense to still ask for a 20-foot extension with 1 carrier. We reduced that to 8 feet. We reduced Cricket's antenna size from 6 feet to 4 feet. We're proposing to flush mount onto the extension to, counter the concerns by staff that it was going to be a eyesore in many instances. So we did propose to flush mount though. Now, like I said, this is 430 feet from the nearest property line to the south. That far exceeds the 3-to-1 ratio. We're actually more like just shy of a 5-to-1 ratio. There's also large Nevada Power Substation lines that run directly down the center of Cheyenne that are approximately 120 feet. We feel that this does meet the intended purpose and goals of the zoning code, which is to permit co-location. We have done our background, we have done our research, and unfortunately this is the best that we can come up with. We feel that this project does meet all the guidelines and would look for your approval. I have any questions if you have any.
Very good. Are there any questions? All right, folks, public hearing, if you'd like to be heard.
Your Honor and Councilman. My name is Paul Papard. I reside at 2529 Lotus Hill Drive in Sun City, Summerlin, but I'm also the owner of Cheyenne Self-Storage. And just not to duplicate, but this tower was originally approved for 100 feet. And it's over 10 years old. And the surrounding development is a sewer plant on the north. The Fairway Business Park is on the west. There's commercial all the way to Durango on the east. And if you, the main concern about the staff was the view from Sun City, Summerlin. But they're looking through 125-foot tall utility lines that are draped with utility lines, and the size of the diameter must be about 5 times what this pole is. And so to look through all this, it just you're probably hardly not even going to notice it. I didn't know they were going to reduce it to 8 feet, but I think you're going to have to look hard. One of the commissioners wanted to have that Betty Wilson soccer field, but it seems much better to put it on a cell tower that's been there for 10 years and everybody's used to. So, and I'm not making anything out of this. I mean, I have an agreement with SBA Structures, and it's not going to incur anything to me that they put this addition onto it, but it just seems like it's appropriate for the area and we've been a good neighbor to the area. I would say most of our occupants are from Sun City, Summerlin. So I would like to see their request approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else like to be heard? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. It's Councilman Brown's word.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I don't have any problems with the application. I do want to just make sure that the site plan that was referenced, did we receive the new site plan?
Yes, sir. And we would propose the condition that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and elevations for an 8-foot extension, flush-mounted, date stamped 8/8/07, except by amended conditions herein.
Okay, so that an additional 8 feet, and it's flush-mounted one carrier?
Correct.
I'm going to move for approval, but I do want to make a comment after the vote.
Very good.
As amended, sir?
My motion would be for approval as amended.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you, Councilor Brown.
Thank you.
Margaret, these new official notice of public hearings, and I certainly can't speak to my colleagues, but I just think they're causing more confusion than benefit. A couple reasons. One is there's no ability, if they do have comments or questions, I don't know if we want to go and put our office numbers on it or some kind of number, but just on this application, I have 3 from California, 2 of which support, 1 opposed. I have a P.O. box that I can't even find on the interactive map where they are. I've got 2 from New York that are against it, 1 from Florida that's against it. And then those residents that I can locate on our radius map, as the gentleman indicated, they're internal to Sun City. And I'm sure if I get this and it says cell tower addition, I'd be inclined to just oppose it and send it in. I just don't think there's enough information or a lack of the next step where they could call for more information or contact the councilman's office. And again, I'm not going to volunteer that they be changed, but this is confusing, especially if it becomes part of the public record. Any kind of official representation that 12 people are in favor of it, 20 are opposed, but I'd like to know what standing someone in Florida has. Maybe they own the house right across the street, and I'm sure there's some kind of tie-in, but do they rent it out? Do they live here 4 months? And I've watched these for 3 or 4 meetings now, and I don't see the added value, and perhaps I need to be briefed on this a little bit better, but this is just a minor instance where if I had an opportunity to speak in, if the applicant came in and told us in advance that it was being reduced to 8 feet, I think a lot of these people would feel more comfortable, especially all the points he made. It was originally approved in 97 for a 100-foot pole, and then knowing the Cheyenne corridor.
Real briefly, if I may, the information is the same as they received on the letters. The only thing that has changed is it's easier for people to mail them back. There's no less information than when we mailed letters.
Do we pay for the mailing back?
No, sir, we do not.
So they have to make an effort to stamp it and get
Yes,
it
sir,
in.
as they would have in the past. Briefly, the parcel number that it is mailed to is immediately above their name. So to find out what parcel and the owners of everybody on the county records, we've added a section for comments, but I believe that your thought to add a phone number so that if they wish to call the department, I don't think you want them calling the offices directly, but we can certainly field the calls and comment on the calls that we get, and then if they wish to speak to the council office, we may certainly direct them to do so.
Where is the APN number?
Right above the name, the last name.
On the mailing that they send back?
It's right there.
Yeah, I don't have that. Unless I'm looking at...
The address of the person it's mailed to.
Right.
It's right above that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Don't have anything on it.
But the good news is, Councilman, that the one that does have something about it, I think they're a resident of Sing Sing Prison.
Well, if they own property, sir, then they get a notice.
Mario, if you would.
And we will. I think the phone number would be
It's
good.
an observation, but I would certainly ask that in the next few weeks during briefings, get some kind of feedback from the council.
Okay.
I don't want to put too much information out there as far as people would get the wrong idea. At the same time, I think your intent to make it easier for them to respond, no problems with that. If you just talk to my colleagues, I don't
Certainly,
want to
sir.
impose...
We will do so.
And, Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
And Councilman, just to if I may speak somewhat to this, to these cards that the city sends out, I had somewhat requested that we streamline the process because of the inconsistency with notification to residents as we had an issue. I've already spoken to the director about that comment section as she mentioned was going to be on there just so residents could do that. We too are running into that challenge. You know, yes or no, checkbox yes or no, that's fine. But what are your comments? What are your thoughts? So she's working on that, just so you know that. But I have found, and just this is for my colleagues and for you, Councilman, that it's actually a very effective tool for me, and it's working very well. I just want to let you know that. So there is some benefit in it for me. I don't know about the rest of my colleagues.
Very good. All right, 129 is ROC 22207. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant is Don F. Ahern. The owner is DFA LLC. Request for a review of condition number 6 of an approved rezoning, which required construction of all half-street improvements on Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive, along with the removal of all substandard public street improvements and unused driveway cuts for replacement with new improvements constructed to current city standards on 20.53 acres at the northeast corner of Bonanza Road and Clarkway Drive. This is in Ward 5. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to condition. Mr. Grossbeck.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Council members, Robert Grossbeck, 5820 South Pecos, on behalf of the applicant and owner, Mr. Ahern. Your Honor, I'll be very brief. I think at the Planning Commission there was some confusion with respect to our request, and looking at the backup material and going back through the minutes, I can see why there was some confusion at that hearing. Our request here is simply this. We're not looking for a waiver of the condition. We're just simply asking for a deferment. And it's our position that if we go in with the improvements now, Your Honor, at the time we commence construction, All we're going to do is push a problem that we're fixing at Clark Way further to the north toward Washington. There's no question, I think all the engineers would agree, that given the topography here, there's going to be a need for significant a drainage revision all the way to Washington. And our request is simply that when that decision is made, you ask us to make that contribution. We'll be happy to do that, all the half-street improvements.
All right, I'm glad you put that on the record. Thank you very much. All right, are there any questions, Mr. Grosbeck? Or public comment?
Yes. Again, I live at 708 Clarkway Drive.
And your name again?
Elvin Slack. And this is the street they're talking about right here. You can zoom in there. And let me get it turned here right so I can see where I'm at. Well, I live right here on this street right here. This is where they're talking about not doing the improvements. Now, I pulled this off the assessor's office, and I came up with, Don owns all this piece here. There's only 190 feet that's owned between me and my neighbor. And then Don owns 286 more feet of that street. And then there's only 124 feet that's owned by 3 more neighbors. And then Don owns another 284 feet. So Don owns both ends of Clarkway Drive and the turns. My concern is Don's been very good, but he's coming back and asking for a request that we didn't okay when we went to meetings and okayed this project. I have no problem with deferring it, but I plan on tearing this home down and building a new home with a big garage, and that's why I've held up, because the property across the street from me, in fact, right now I got my house up for sale, because for 10 years I've been trying to get this guy out there so I could do some improvements and upgrade my property, okay? But I don't want to see this being undone and not a good looking wall coming down here and not doing the landscaping like we were promised when we okayed this project. If it's deferred, I have no problem with it.
That's all they're asking for.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could, we aren't asking for any deferment on the landscaping. That will remain
Just
in
on the
place.
paving.
Yeah, just on the public improvements.
Right. Okay. Anybody else like to be heard? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And that's truly my understanding, that the applicant is not asking for a deferment of the landscaping, but more so of the public improvements on Clark Way. And so with that, I would like to move to follow staff's, move for the deferment for the applicant until further development takes place.
Very good.
That would be with the existing conditions.
With the existing conditions, thank you.
And upon Mr. Grosbeck's representation.
And we concur.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
You're
Have a good day.
welcome. Okay. Right back.
Item 130 is review of condition, ROC 23-430, public hearing, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, request for a review of condition to remove condition number 8 of an approved rezoning Z0040/95, which stated that a detailed plot plan for the site shall be submitted to the Planning Commission and the City Council for approval at a public hearing prior to development on 27.5 acres on the southeast corner of Bradley Road and Grand Teton Drive. This is in Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, City Council. Claire Lewis, representing the City of Las Vegas as the owner. Back in 1995, there was a condition placed on this parcel requiring that each time there's development on the site that we come back before the City Council for a public hearing. Currently, we've started in developing that parcel with Park, and we would just like to ask, because of the way this parcel is being phased and developed as money becomes appropriate, and that we have money available, that this condition be removed.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Lewis? This is a public hearing. Anyone who should speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. Move to approve.
Thank you.
Do away with this condition so we get this park done for those folks out there.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote. Please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have items 96 through 101.
Good, beautiful day, Your Honor and council members.
Thank you.
I am Dusty.
Just a moment, please.
Oh, okay.
Item number 96 is a variance 20487, a variance item. Public hearing applicant, The Island Development LLC owner, near and far LLC, request for a variance to allow a 15-foot setback where a 254.5-foot setback is required from a collector street for a proposed mixed-use high-rise on 2.92 acres at 401 South Maryland Parkway. This is in Ward 3. Staff recommends denial of this variance. Planning Commission staff. Planning Commission is a 6-0 vote, recommends approval. Item 97 is another variance, 2488. Again, advance item, public hearing applicant, The Island Development LLC, owner near and far LLC, request for a variance to allow a lot coverage of 60.57%, where 50% is the maximum allowed for proposed mixed-use high-rise on 2.92 acres at 401 South Maryland Parkway. Again, staff recommends denial of this application. Planning Commission, with a 6-0 vote, recommends approval. Item number 98 is a variance, 21263, advance item, public hearing applicant, The Island Development LLC, owner near and far LLC, request for a variance to allow 2 loading spaces where 10 are required for proposed mixed-use high-rise on 2.92 acres at 401 South Maryland Parkway. Again, this is in Ward 3. Note, this application is for 4 loading spaces where 10 are required. That's a change in the application. And again, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Item number 99 is a special use permit, advance item, applicant, The Island Development LLC, owner near and far LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed mixed-use development at 401 South Maryland Parkway. Again, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Item 100 is, again, a special use permit related to the variances and other SUP. Advance item, public hearing applicant, The Island Development LLC, owner near and far LLC, request for a special use permit for a proposed restaurant service bar with a waiver to allow a 95-foot distance separation where 400 feet is required from a school at 401 South Maryland Parkway. Again, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. And item 101 is a site development review, advance item, public hearing, applicant, The Island Development LLC, owner near and far LLC, request for a site development plan review for a 544-foot high, 50-story mixed-use development with 93,800 square feet of commercial space and 497 residential condominium units on 2.92 acres at 401 South Maryland Parkway. Again, staff recommends denial. Planning Commission with a 6-0 vote recommends approval. The applicant is present, and I'll declare the public hearing open. Now.
Good, beautiful day. I'm Dusty Buckle with the Island Development team, and this project, I think it might still be on the screen, shows a triangular shape. It's just north of Charleston on Maryland Parkway. The northern boundary is Lewis, and this is a volume rendering of the property, and we will have retail on the ground floors on both sides of the property. No, right, we'll just use the same here. We'll have retail on the ground floor, on Route 13, and also on the ground floor of Maryland Parkway. Then we're going to have offices, 2 floors of offices, all the way across the building. And then on the 44th floor is another row of offices with the outside available for tenants, residences who live there, to be able to walk in inclement weather around the building and not have to leave the building. Then on the roof is our open to the public, 5,600 square foot sky restaurant, and a deck and a pool. So what we're proposing here is 497 condo units, not apartment, not rentals. This is residential, live, work, a true mixed-use community. And the site plan, we have worked with planning, and I want to thank planning for their efforts in working with us. Turn it around. No, the other way. And to make recommendations, like on Maryland Parkway, right now there's parking adjacent to our property, and we're opening up that parking area and making it just a turning lane. We have cut the tip of our property so that it can people can travel down south on Maryland Parkway and turn and be able to get onto Route 13 and or into our property. We have on this property the 3,500 square foot proposed there. We're seeking right now for a local boutique grocery store. And the other pink denotes retail there. And we have parking on the property, 2 subterranean levels of parking that can be entered in from the rear of the property, and then the drivers go down, the public goes down. They come up through escalators to the retail levels. We have 4 loading docks that we have worked with staff, and one of our variances is instead of 10 loading docks, that we can operate this building with 4 loading docks and schedule it on a time of arrival with our security when people can come in and move into the building. And that'll all be staggered because this will be a brand new building. In about 4 years, we'll be having people moving in. And the market can schedule also with us like they do anywhere in town. And so we are asking for 4 loading docks rather than 10 because there's no room to put 10 loading docks there. And it's a vertical community we're creating. It's not a 20-acre building out 1 million square feet. This is 1 million square feet going vertical. Our other variance that we're asking for is the variance because to the north of us is the Good Shepherd School, and they are right to the north of us. And so what we're going to have, our restaurant on the roof, we're asking, one of our variances is to be able to have, turn it around, be able to have liquor, be able to serve liquor with the food. We are 504 feet up, not 440 feet vertical from the school zone, from the street. We're 504 feet up with security guard in the lobby so that the children are not even going to see what's up there except something really attractive for a change in this neighborhood. We've had neighborhood meetings. Let's show some of the elevations. We've had neighborhood meetings and on 2 occasions, and I believe all of you have received the comments, right? I mean, you do have received them, the pros, and okay. There was one person who objected to us, and everybody else has been pro us. This view that you see with the color siding, that is, want to point to it? That is the garage area there to show you what you're going to see. Instead of a slab of cement, it's going to be like screens that will change the colors, and some of them we're still playing with how that's going to look. You know, we'll sit with you and get recommendations on how that's going to look. But it's not just going to be a slab of cement there, concrete. The site plan again. We're going to have 3 open areas. On each corner, we're going to have open areas, open space. One of our applications is for a variance on how much open space we have. If you look just at ground space, we are only we're only going to utilize 47%. If you look as a crow flies and look down from a plane, because of the building over sticks out over that open space, it'll look like we're occupying what 60. What did I put down there, Margot? What was that variance I asked for? I don't have it in front of me, and sorry, my architect's not here yet either.
The lot coverage?
Yes, dear.
That's 60.57%, where 50 is maximum.
Right.
allowed.
Great. Thank you, dear. So we really feel like we're going to make a difference in this neighborhood. I am so excited about being able to make a difference in this neighborhood. We're going to be employing approximately 750 people here. And I know with a project like this here, it's going to just step into alignment with the vision that this city council has been talking about and that I've been hearing for years, especially from the mayor and many of his public appearances that I attend, almost all of them. Wow, I can align with that, and this is a perfect property for that. Because it's a triangular shape, we designed the building, the front one, to be able to take advantage of as much of the space as we can, still allow open space, and create something here that I would accept that you feel the same way, that it will make a positive impact in this neighborhood. We have a full traffic study that was submitted in June to Jonathan, and I don't see him here today, but we've made 3 calls in to see if there's any concerns, and we haven't gotten any message that there's a concern. So I'll open it up to questions.
Okay, thank you. With your permission. I like to get excited about things. Because to me, there's nothing more exciting than developments that come true. How are you going to pay for it?
I have been approved for funding. When I say I, my development team. You're seeing a person up here, Mayor, but there's a beautiful team behind me of professionals. They're just not all here today.
No, I'm
and
sure
we have,
of that.
we have
You wouldn't have these beautiful plans if you didn't have professionals involved with it. But there's such a tough market where in the past week I've been talking to folks who are major developers who had commitments for giant loans.
Absolutely.
And they've been told that everything's on hold. And before I get excited, I really want to feel comfortable that you have the financing and the wherewithal to put this phenomenal project up in an area that would be changed overnight as a result of it. Can you give me any specifics as far as financing?
I have an equity partner that's coming in with the money. We're figuring this whole project, totally complete, will be about $500 million, about $500 million, $450 million, really. And he's committed with me, and I've signed the loan agreement with him, because as an equity partner, I'm still going to pay interest on the money also.
See, what I don't want to do is, I know how tough it is. Can you tell us any details about who the partner is, or provide us with that information? I'll tell you why. I don't want to go through an entitlement process if, in fact, this is not realistic. And I made that position clear in the past. And there's no sense, telling you to come back in a year from now and say, well, why haven't you built it? We're going to take your entitlements away. If you can tell me now and make me feel comfortable that you do have, in fact, the economic wherewithal to make this successful.
The money right now is in Canada, and it's being wired in as we're sitting here. I'm kind of watching our text messages, because I wanted to come in today with the wiring instructions and show you the money is en route. And the party would be en route also to come in, and we'll get legal staff here in town to just finalize everything with us. But I don't have that now in my, I don't have that text message yet. But I do have the paperwork. I'd be glad. I came to your office, Councilman Reese, and I want to thank you for your input and steering us, and so in hopefully the right direction. And I had all of that with me when I came in your office, but I've always carried it with me. Today I don't carry it. I didn't bring it with.
Okay, well, I'm going to let it's going to be the councilman's motion, of course. Before we give the entitlements, I would really like to find out whether or not this can be done, but that's going to be up to the council. Are there any other questions at this time?
I would ask the applicant, would you like to hold this in advance for 2 weeks so you can show the mayor?
Another 2 weeks. Well, I mean, if that's what it's going to take, I can bring it to you later today. I can run home and get it and bring it to you.
Once we vote.
Oh, that's right.
We vote.
So you're holding the voting then for 2 weeks?
Yeah, but I don't want you, this is not a negative thing, this is a positive thing, because if you bring it to me, then I'm going to shout to the heavens, look what we have going over there down from the Good Shepherd School.
Okay. Can we, if I agree to that, can we still listen to people that have been sitting here waiting, some of the neighbors? I don't want to hold them up.
Absolutely. No question about it.
So I would agree to that and show you.
Fair enough. Okay, folks, a public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Be happy to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Ted Russell, a resident of Las Vegas. It would be gilding the lily, but I guess I'll do it anyway, to say it's a fantastically attractive property or design. It would be a new anchor, a new impetus for further super quality development. I share the concerns on financing and funding, as I mentioned, the world shift on the subprime, the hedge funds, the equity, the worldwide concern and hesitation. The two magic words in this particular world economy would be England or Canada. So I'm optimistic that the financing is secured and that this will go. Again, as far as sales, they must know something I don't know. This reminds me of Verge, where it took a lot of courage. Verge is at Main Street and Bonanza condominium project. It takes a lot of guts to put something like this there. I wish them all the success in the world with their sales. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, City Council. My name is Bradford Roberts. Address is 1420 Lewis Avenue. I'd like to make some brief points on this project and on similar projects. First, I'd like to express my complete and unequivocal support for the islands. I think high-density vertical living is inevitable in a growing city like Las Vegas, as it smartly should be. We should all be advocates for increased downtown investment and development. Projects like the islands improve intelligent growth and reduce sprawl. One very important point is that urban infill capitalizes on mature infrastructure that's already in place. Projects like the islands are better for the environment. Studies show that less water and energy is consumed per resident than in other types of housing. I believe that we each have an ethical obligation to reduce our footprint. Having retail on the ground floor, this project will bring much-needed services, such as a supermarket, to downtown residents, workers, and visitors. High-rises induce people to walk more and drive less, which is better for everyone. This project should increase the number of people in the downtown core of the city in the evenings, so that they are not adding to the congestion and pollution attributed to the 5 p.m. exodus. As a former resident of a 57-story building, I believe that high-rise residents enjoy a great urban lifestyle with many amenities they could not get in detached residences. I believe that high-rise living is a great example of quality trumping quantity. High-rise living adds a sense of reconnection with neighbors and the community that generally does not happen when you drive out to suburbia and use your remote control to open your garage door. Those opposed to this type of project are, in many cases, commuters, who I think are part of the problem. This building and others like it are part of the solution. Thomas Thibodeau, an expert in the field of land economics, said, and I quote, "The net effect of high-rise is to increase aggregate property values." So in summary, I think this building will be a terrific asset to the entire downtown and East Village area. This developer is a pioneer who should be commended. I'm wholeheartedly in support of this project. Thank you.
I'm very happy you came down and made that statement. I think that this council agrees with that 1,000%.
Thank you, Mayor.
That's new urbanism.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Could we have a copy of his statement in the record?
Yes. Sir, would you be kind enough to leave a copy of your statement in the record?
Absolutely.
Very good. Thank you. With the clerk, please. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Lainey Cox, and I represent the owner of the property right across the street from this project, 325 South Maryland Parkway, John O'Reilly. We are very much in support of this project. We have watched this building that currently exists there be occupied some of the time, vacant most of the time, a lot of vagrants, a lot of homeless people camping out, a lot of trash. It's just been a real problem area, and we are absolutely in support of this project. We would love to see something like this right there.
Well, that's great. And the good news is that if something happens, a hiccup with the Canadian financing, Mr. O'Reilly, I'm sure be very happy to make a loan.
Yeah, I'll tell him that you suggested that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Anybody else like to be heard? Okay, we'll close the public hearing then. Councilman Reese.
Yes, Your Honor. This has been much talked about in many places. And again, I haven't had anybody contact me or my office in opposition to this project. So the only concern I have is I want my mayor to feel secure and sure when he makes a vote. So I would ask that this item be held, these items be held until our September the 5th meeting. We don't have to go through all this one more time, I don't think. But I don't know, we may change the format of the council proceedings. We're looking at maybe having a continuous, starting at 8 o'clock and continually going throughout the day. So I would ask that in the afternoon session that this be heard first.
All right, fine. Well, why don't we give it a 1 o'clock starting time under any circumstance? That way you won't have to sit around. You'll be the first one called at 1 o'clock.
So if I have the information and stuff
Call
before
me
that?
ahead of time.
Okay.
And run up to my office and show it to me, and I'll hug you and I'll kiss you. And
Well, you do that anyway. No.
No, that's true. I forgot. I'll even have a drink with you.
Oh, God bless you. All right, thank you. We agree to that.
So
that's on all the items.
All these will be obeyed till September the 5th.
At 1 o'clock.
All right,
September
1 o'clock.
5th.
Okay, very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and good luck.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor, before,
Yes.
may I please, before you leave the podium, I just wanted to make one observation in a complimentary fashion. In the backup that I have, I see the forms that allowed the attendees at the neighborhood meeting to fill out and either give back to you or send directly to you, whatever it was. And I found those very helpful Because a lot of times we hear about neighborhood meetings, but then when we hear the matter before the full council, we get kind of a mixed view of exactly what happened at the neighborhood meetings. I don't know if we've received these before, but these forms are great because they give the people that attend the neighborhood meetings direct communication with us on what they thought of your project and how the neighborhood meeting went. So I just wanted to throw that compliment out to you, Dusty.
Thank you.
It was great.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you very
God
much.
bless.
Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Going back to item 126, I would just like to retract a word that I used in regards to condemn. That was a poor choice of word that I used as it relates to the property located at 715 Clark Way. For clarification, what I would like for is for the applicant to correct all violations at 715 Clark Way.
Excuse me, Councilman, just so we can just open that up real quick.
Yeah, what I better
Okay.
do is I better read it again, Councilman
Okay.
Barlow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, that's 126. This is the applicant owner Larry Buchanan, appeal of the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for variance to allow 0-foot side and rear yard setbacks for an existing garage, Class 2 accessory structure where 3-foot setbacks are the minimum required, and to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback for an existing carport, Class 2 accessory structure where a 3-foot setback is the minimum required, and to allow the total floor area of all accessory structures to be 202% of the floor area of the principal dwelling unit on the lot, where 50% is the maximum allowed for all existing accessory structures, Class 2, on .47 acres at 715 Clarkway Drive. This is in Ward 5. And Councilman, you wanted to clarify the record on that.
Yes, for clarification, I would like to retract my choice of word condemn relating to this said property at 715 Clark Way. For clarification, I would like for the applicant to correct all violations at 715 Clark Way within 90 days. Should the applicant not follow through with this requirement, I ask that code enforcement and building and safety, they be instructed to move forward with further legal action at that time.
Very good.
Thank you.
I thought it was clear before, but the record is even more clear now. Thank you.
Yeah, and we'll just need to re-vote on that, Mayor, if you could.
Okay, that was the motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Is that sufficient, Mr. Scott? All right, very good. Thank you. Okay, I think it's time for citizens' participation. This is item 132. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is...
Excuse me, the set date, item 131.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I had my book put away. Item 131 is, Madam Clerk, would you please set the date on any appeals filed or required public hearings from the City Planning Commission meetings, Centennial Halls Architectural Review Committee, and dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Okay, 132 is citizens' participation. As I said, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer up. Before we hear from anybody, if there's anybody who is homeless, who desires to receive help from the city, that may be attending our City Council meeting today, we have our staff present, ready to assist. We want to help those who are seeking help, who are in need of help. Is there anybody who would request our assistance today who is homeless, who is looking to transition back into the community? All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Rasan Joshua Collins, as many of you know probably already. And recently I was arrested for having a Jesus sign with me in front of Bally's there. And as you can see, the sign says here, sexual sin leads to hell, obey Jesus, not Satan. Be sober, don't curse, smoke, gamble, or lie, for you Jesus died, be forgiven and baptized. And may Jesus bless you greatly as you serve Him in these last days. Now, I was also arrested in the public library for having the sign with me. And I was in jail for over 10 days for that.
Which public library?
Downtown.
Which one?
On 833 North Las Vegas Boulevard.
All right, you say you were arrested for having the sign?
Yes,
That's
yes,
the
sir.
crime, having a sign.
Yeah, that's what they tried to say. Yes, absolutely. They said, the woman came in and she said, hell's a curse word, you can't have that in here. I said, hell's in the Bible, and Jesus said it all the time, that's not a curse word. And anyway, the officers came, and basically what happened was they said, well, since she complained, you have to go. And I said, no, I don't. I have a right to be here just like anyone else. I'm not doing nothing wrong. I just had it sitting next to me. I was waiting for the computer. See, they banned me from all the libraries for a year. And
Who banned you?
the people that are running this slide, the Josh was one of the head guys there at the library, and he said that, and they gave me a little trespass thing, and it said the same thing. You're banned for a year from all the libraries, so I basically I stood my ground, against these police. And what happened after that? The police came, and they didn't even want to be on the I guess called the arresting officer. They left themselves listed as a transporting officer because they didn't want to be the arresting officer. They made her do a citizen's arrest, basically. I think her name was Sandra, that works at the library there. And so I went to jail. I spent my time, and I got out, and had a lot of people praying for me and everything, and I made it through it. But I know that it's against my rights, Under Liberty of Conscience, Section 4 says, the free exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination or preference shall forever be allowed in this state, and no person shall be rendered incompetent to be a witness on account of his opinions on matters of his religious belief, but the liberty of conscience hereby secured shall not be so construed as to excuse acts of licentiousness or justify practices inconsistent with the peace or safety of the state. Now, when I went to court, they also deemed me incompetent to stand trial, even though I know all the laws of the state regarding this stuff. And I know that they're going against my constitutional rights as well as Constitution of the state of Nevada. But that's what Dr. Green, he's the court psychologist or whatever, he deemed me incompetent to stand trial because I always represent myself. I studied the law myself, and they wouldn't let me stand trial. They said I have to go in there for a status check in 6 months. And I'm like, what have I done wrong? Am I the crazy one or are you? I know my laws and my rights, and because I want to fight this case, you want to call me crazy? So I'm concerned about that.
All right, well, I'm concerned about what you just said, and we're not allowed to take action today, but I'm going to ask you to give to Mr. Houchins or to our city attorney a copy of the citation number, the information, your name, when it took place, and I'm going to check into it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, please. Mr. Houchins is right there.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Like I said, talk to you today.
You have to give us your name.
My name is Ricky Hooper. I live at 831 South 3rd Street here in Las Vegas, Nevada. And like I've said before, I've been up to the Charleston and Decatur Street, Charleston and actually it's Charleston and Fair Center Walmart. Once you get off the 206 going westbound, right past Arville, you go up to Fair Center and try and cross Charleston. And once you cross Charleston on Fair Center, there is no sidewalk. Like I said, there's no sidewalk to go. You have to go on the street. Like I said before, I've been cussed out. I've almost been hit numerous times. And I've talked to you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and nobody has gotten in touch with me. I mean, you've gotten in touch with me, but since I've last talked to you, nobody has called me or made any kind of contact. And like I said, as far as I know, Friday I don't have anything planned. I'll be willing to meet with anybody from your staff, right here at the DTC. And I can take them up there and show them, firsthand, that there's, what we have to go through. And Councilman Reese, I've noticed there on Las Vegas Boulevard and Hoover, there's been 2 new signs put up for pedestrians crossing, but on 4th Street, there's still no pedestrian crossing signs. Like I said, I've almost been hit. My wife's almost been hit numerous times there. And every time that I've, tried to cross, they're coming through like bat out of hell, excuse my language, but they're flying through there. And I'm sitting in the right of way, and when they're coming through, I sit there. I said, don't you people believe in giving the pedestrians the right of way? I holler at them. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. I've brought this before y'all time and time again. That's just, in where I live, there are children that live in that area. What is it going to take? One of the kids to get hit by a car or something before somebody puts, speed bumps or signs or something there to keep these people, to make these people slow down? I mean, come out and check it out yourself sometime there, Councilman.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hooper.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to say he did speak with me at the beginning of our lunchtime, and I did ask Robin Monet of our staff to be sure and call you, and I gave you your number. And I told her to call you as soon as possible because this has slipped up for some time.
All right, thank you for coming down. Gentlemen?
Hello. May I introduce you, me and my friends? So this is Andre, this is Luca, and I'm Matthias. We come from Germany and Switzerland, and we are doing very old tradition. And so we travel around for 3 years in one day. During that time, we are not allowed to come home. And during that time, we work at many companies to get more experience in our craft. And on the journey, we have a nice book, and we try to get at each town where we are a nice stamp as a memory. And so, I don't know,
It's not a checkbook, is it?
No, so it has seal inside and goodness. So here, so in this book also the companies write inside where we have worked, and so they make, we have worked good and or not good, and also from each town. So when we come back home, we can see where we have been, and so it's a question if we can get here from you such a nice seal too.
I would be happy to do it. I don't know whether we have the seal available to put it there. Ms. Bridges, do we have a seal?
We have two kinds, sir. I have the official seal, but it doesn't have color, but I also have silver city seals that I can seal over the top of it.
I think a silver city seal would be perfect for these guys. That would be perfect. Well, and then after we put the silver city seal on it, we'll expect a O Tannenbaum. And if you come up to my office afterwards,
Yeah.
I'll have a good luck mayor poker chip for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll take care of you. No, absolutely not.
On the first floor. Okay, thank you very much.
We'll take care of you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Come on up. Give us your name, please.
Okay.
It's talking to the mic, please.
Right here.
There you go.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor Goodman and the board of the councilmen and councilwomen of the board of the city of Nevada. My name is Dorothy Birch, and my reason for being here is a couple months I was attacked for taking up for a Caucasian elderly man in your park across the way at Frank Wright Park. As I was passing by, I heard some noises that were pretty loud, and it was pretty dark because it was early in the morning. My reason for being out that early in the morning, around 3 or 4, is because I was illegally evicted, me and my husband, and we're waiting on the courts to be able to be restored back in our place or either receive monies to get another dwelling place. And at this particular time, when I saw the victim being harassed by this attacker, I heard him say he needed his nebulizer, and his belongings was strewn all over the grass. So I looked for his nebulizer while he was being attacked, and then when I found it, the attacker turned around and attacked me, of course. And then as he attacked me, he hit me and I flew across the yard. He pulled out a knife or a knife cutter, and he began to slash at it towards me. I then moved out the way as fast as I could, and I left some of my bags. He picked my bags up and then gathered some things of the other person, and I went to a person nearby and asked them to call the police, and they said they were already calling 911. I then realized that I had my cell phone on me, and I began to call myself. And then I tried to follow the victim with my bags and the other individual's bags. And I followed him from afar, but I could see him, and he went behind the Gold Spike Casino and the Travel Lodge over there. And as this victim went over there, by the time I got there, he kind of disappeared. Okay, and just to speed this up, the Gold Spike security guards found him. And I was with the policeman that went in the area where I was calling him to, which is right there at Gold Spike. As we began to go over the issue, they said he didn't have a knife on him. And they stayed with him about 25 minutes. And then they came to me and they asked me, could they look at my purse? And I said, for what? And they said they wanted to know if I had $20, because they said the individual said that I was soliciting sex for him, which is untrue. And I asked him, I said, did you go and speak to the witness at the scene where I left? He said, you have no witness, the policeman and the policewoman. And I said, where are they? Why didn't y'all go there first? They called.
All right, what can we do for you, though?
Well, I tried to get a statement, and the policeman was very hostile and uncooperative. So I said, well, I guess I would have to get the statement tomorrow from someone that will not put me in more distress that I've already endured. So when I tried a couple of days after that to come here, the duty sergeant was uncooperative and would not give me a statement.
Right, basically.
And I had to go, so I went. So what
Okay, this is a matter that you'll have to take up with our marshal since it happened in the park. The only thing that bothers me is that people aren't supposed to be in that park after, I believe, 7 o'clock at night until 7 in the morning.
No, I wasn't in it. I was passing through.
Okay, well, after we're through here, because we can't take any action, the marshal would be happy to try to assist you. That's the best way to
Okay.
do that.
And the only one thing I really want to say too also is I don't think just because a woman goes through these type of situation that we should be considered as a woman of the streets, because that never was, that's not my
You're absolutely correct.
my personality.
People should be treated.
And not only that, I don't feel protected anymore because I didn't have anyone to call upon.
I appreciate that.
And
But you'll talk to our marshal afterwards, please.
all right, well, thank you very much.
Beatrice Turner, West Las Vegas. I made it here just in time. And as I was getting off the elevator to come to see if I could get to citizen participation, I was met by one of y'all liaison people's, Barlow's liaison person, and he said, who done let you out of hell that you done showed up here? And I asked him who let his mammy out of hell, so I did say that. But what I'm here for, to people live in Bonanza Village, if they're going to take that fence down, the city needs to meet with the constituents that live there so we'll know when that fence is going to come down, so we can start getting our yards secured, so we'll know what's going on with that fence. So I hope, since you're the sitting city councilman, I hope you will be meeting with the people of Bonanza Village or sending out a notice to let them know when that wall is going to come down. And I want to say to each and every last one of you sitting here, out of all of you who have liaison people, I have never been addressed by not one of y'all liaison people like I have been addressed today. But that punk better make it his last time addressing me.
Anybody else want to be heard?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Ted Russell. I'm a resident of Las Vegas. I think, and although it's not asked for, I would suggest it just the same. Seems to me in the summer when the kiddies are out of school, I think you're talking about running the city council meeting straight through. We're held responsible to be faithful to the party principle. We've got this god-awful heat. I don't know how people can get here at 8 or 9 in the morning. Why, when school is out, why don't we have our sessions dark in the morning, as we say in town, and run from noon until whatever for city council? It's just a suggestion. to understand that I have a term called abstemus clausitus, which is a Latin fusion for I'm accusing you all of sobriety, that you can get here this early for these meetings. And if we stop being a party city, we're bankrupt in about 5 minutes. So I just wanted to take that to heart. I'm babbling because I'm bored and it's too hot. I just wanted to mention that Metro, they want your body, ladies and gentlemen. The reason I say it that particular way is Under Sheriff Rajat states that 70% of the people that apply for the police academy fail the only part that's given them in advance, which is the physical training. It's a great opportunity to be a part of the best police force in the United States. As I say, they're hiring now. Get there, but make sure you're in good shape. You don't have to be awfully smart. I mean, no, I'm just kidding. And also, they are recruiting sheriffs. And you can be, marshals. You can be part of the best marshal organization in the United States. The pay isn't enough yet, but it's pretty darn good when you factor in the controversial overtime. That's all I have. Have a great evening here in Las Vegas.
Would anybody else like to be heard? Please.
One more thing.
Of course.
The downtown salute to the Landry Corporation, the Golden Nugget, the courtesy, the ambiance, the gambling fever, the fun. It's always rocking. It's always moving. They put their money where their mouth is for downtown, and it's impossible to say too much good about the Golden Nugget, and you haven't lived until you've been to the dive bar next to the 800,000-gallon shark tank with a see-through water slide. And by the way, I don't get comps from these people. I'm wondering when they come. Thank you so much and have a great evening.
All right. You sure you don't have anything else?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else want to be heard? All right. Thank you, everybody. The meeting's